Roll call for Resource Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting held on Wednesday, October 27th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chair, you have 4 members available who constitute a quorum. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. Honorable Freeland, could you do the invocation, please? Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Okay, Chairman. I'm sorry. I apologize, Chairman. I'm here.
Okay.
All right. Chairman, my apologies. I was on mute. Colleagues, RDC members and my colleagues, as well as the staff, all those on this call this morning. Let's go ahead and just give a time for reflection and of course, our blessings and our appreciation for another day of renewness and opportunity. So just a way to reflect and kind of start our day off. So everyone has their own way of blessings and offerings and praying. So please join me at this time as I go ahead and give that prayer. But most Heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Savior, most merciful one, we thank you for bringing us together at this most important time again, Father. We ask you to bless each and every one of us on this call right now and bless our families at this time. We ask you for the protection from COVID-19 and from the invisible virus that we are dealing with at this day, Father. We ask you for your blessings continually for all of our people right now, and protection as well for all of our elders, those who may be feeling lonely at this time. Give them hope and give them opportunity and give them an opportunity to smile today, Father. All of our veterans right now who are maybe feeling ill or who are battling some sort of ailment, Father, whether that be physical or mental, give them hope and an opportunity to heal as well, and give them the path to recovery. All those who are battling some sort of substance abuse, Father, alcohol or drug abuse, help them heal, give them the path to recovery as well, Father. Our veterans right now, our veterans who are battling any ailments, PTSD or any other physical ailments, Father, mental, help them heal and garner them the path of recovery as well. Our children right now, protect them, guide them, help them learn and give them that path towards leadership, as well as they will be our future leaders of tomorrow, Father. We ask you to humbly protect them, all of them at this time, and all of our Navajo people across this great land. We ask you to bless and of course, a special blessing for our leadership at this time, our President, Jonathan Nez, and Vice President Myron Lizer, our Speaker, Seth Damon, and the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, wherever they may be, as well as our Chief Justice, Joanne Jane, the Associate Justices, as well as our Supreme Court Justices and the District Court Judges as well. All of our first responders, our law enforcement, Navajo PD, Navajo EMS, Navajo Fire, all of those working in the front lines right now, Father, at the ER and in the 7 service units across this Navajo Nation, Father. Security, hospitality, all of those who are working administration and working to comfort and help heal our people. All of those that we name, Father, we ask you to bless and protect them at this time. Bless their families as well as they are going into harm's way. And we ask you to protect them at this moment, Father. We ask you to guide us and give us the strength, the courage, the wisdom, the knowledge each and every day as we make important decisions on behalf of our people, Father. We know sometimes these decisions may not be what our people are accustomed to, but we do our best. We know that, Father. Forgive us of any trespasses or any sins that we may have committed as well. As we know we are not perfect, but we know we can turn to you and ask for that forgiveness, Father. We humbly ask you each and every day to guide us, to give us the strength each and every day, as aforementioned, Father. We will continue to give you the praise and the glory, continual each and every day, as we know through your humble Son Jesus that you will guide us on that right path. Continue to give us that strength, Father, as we ask you that this time, give us the strength, the courage, the wisdom, and knowledge. We pray for all of those who are on this call, our employees, especially those who have been fighting, who've been working since March, battling this ailment, this invisible virus, Father. We ask you to protect all those that we came across yesterday, not just on Shanto, Oljeto, Inscription House, all the people that we crossed paths with, all the animals that we saw, and all the animals that we continue to see, all the lives on this earth, Father. Bless and protect each and every one, as we know every life is precious. Every life is given for a reason and a purpose, Father. We will continue to ask these things and pray to you and humbly ask that you guide us and bless each and every one of us, Father. Through these things, we will ask your Son, Jesus Christ, by way of name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, thank you very much. I need to Nelson. I can't mention yet. You need to lean on such a case, so you just keep your casa and that band that you can't need to you need to. Thank you so much, Honorable Freeland. Aro Nantano Sinik Ashin Corona Snana announcements. Mr. Tahi, what announcements do you have for us, sir?
Good morning, chair members of RDC. Today you have your regular RDC meeting, and tonight you have a meeting with President Nez with RDC members. Tomorrow on Thursday you have your regular Nabi committee meeting and also a special council meeting. Next week you have your regular RDC meeting on the 3rd. Then on November 4th and 5th you have the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Commission work session out at Twin Arrows Casino for the 4th and the 5th. That's my announcement, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements? We do have Honorable Daniels with us on the call as well for your information. Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Chairman, good morning. Colleagues, all our colleagues and staff this morning. Chairman, I just wanted to acknowledge and say good morning to our chapters out there who might be listening. I did see one of my chapter presidents this morning. I'm in Windrock this morning, but our chapters and the officials and the staff, and I want to thank my brother, Honorable Daniels, for yesterday. And I think that left a lasting impression on us. And the area that we visited yesterday in particular, not just on and Shanto, but just to see the beauty of our land untouched in that way, and how, it is a remote area and a rural area, yes, but we're so blessed. We're so blessed to have such beautiful land on the Navajo Nation, especially in Utah. And I said, I think it left a lasting impression on me. But I really want to thank my brother for taking us to Paiute Mesa and to see the area and to talk to the people, but to visit with the officials as well. And we got to protect that land. We got to figure out a way to work, have this project done if it's going to be done. But we're very thankful. I'm very thankful for that trip yesterday. It's going to leave an impression on me for a while. So, Eddie Chairman, I just want to say thank you to Honorable Daniels, the officials that not us on, Shant Odo, Tabikin, and Jato. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other announcements?
Mr. Chair, this is
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and also honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, other than his staff, Mr. Tahi, and also Ms. Witty Shama, other than Shama, Ms. Khan, Office of Legislative Council, other than Office of the President, Vice President, I just want to thank my brother, the Delegate Freeland, for that wonderful prayer that this morning. I see by hands and by needs and at this time I want to thank RDC Resources and Development Committee. We're into almost the end of the third year, and we have a little bit over a year in our tenure. This 24th council on RDC. So laid so on yesterday's tour, I want to thank everyone that participated in the tour. Starting with my chapters, the chapters that I represent, Jato chapter, chapter president, Mr. Willis McKay, the Grazen official, Benedict Daniels, Utah, the Nebuchadnezzar, as a board member, Jonah Yellowman, shot not on in Linigid, chapter president, Roland Small Canyon, in that chapter, Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Robert Black, AIC, I see, thank you for joining us yesterday for the tour, Mr. Earl Sombrero, chapter manager for Zapikin chapter, planner, Lenido, Mekena, Yako, former chapter officials, Mr. Hank Stevens, I see, thank you for guiding us yesterday through the beautiful canyons and mesas with coffee. Honorable San Juan County Commissioner Mr. Willie Gray Eyes, Honorable Border Supervisor Fern Benali, NDOT, under the leadership of Mr. Garrett Silversmith, you sent two of your workers, they joined us. AIC, other leaders, but most importantly, RDC, my brother, Chairman Naz, the Delegate Freeland, his staff, Shamat Maswidi, and also advisor, Mr. Tai. Thank you for joining us. Office of the Speaker, Shamat Masiako, AIC, thank you. And the road conditions are the residents on top of Paiute Mesa, infrastructures that has no power line, water line, so ADIC and he need to let go. on behalf of my chapters, that I represent, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable colleagues, any other announcements?
Chairman Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Good morning to everyone, all the listeners and all the meeting participants for the RDC meeting today. Honorable Freeland, very thoughtful prayer you had there offered. So we certainly appreciate it on this end. But it's all the members of RDC and staff, tomorrow is early morning meeting, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, 7 a.m. Every couple of weeks, two times a month. The early morning or nothing. So they I think the agenda is posted online and access the meeting there.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable colleagues, any other announcements? If not, I would like to just say, yesterday we were out at some of the most beautiful places on the Navajo Nation, just driving down through a canyon and just being awed by the sight and how, if that road was completed at Natsas-on towards Ojeto, that would be a tourist place for everyone to see. Such a beautiful sight there. And I wish my colleagues would drive out there sometimes and just kind of see what it is that we see when we travel out there, meeting people out in the field. When you listen to them, it brings you down to earth, to where you realize that people are people, good, honest people that just would like to be a part of good things that would happen on the Navajo Nation, just as we witnessed yesterday at Natsas-on. Chapter manager, Mr. Sombrero, chapter officials, Mr. Black, Mr. Small Canyon, as well as Mr. Stevens. Just to see what is happening over there. So perhaps in the summer we can go out there again, and maybe sometimes we could have a trail ride from one side of the canyon to the other side, just to put everything all together and just view riding a horse down and up the other side. So just a thought. So and thank you, staff, for being out there with us. Thank you very much. Any other announcements, Shananta? If not, we'll move down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Introductions. We'll begin with RDC members. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, committee members, all staff and audience. Thomas Walker Jr. He's Western Navajo Agency, the Nebanad Kit chapters Bana Shahaki Ya City Twenty 12 Nana Sanato Sakwa Gid Yahodia, the Southwest Navajo Nation Aja Kahuni 5 chapters. Ella Koshan, Ado Tanani, good to hear your voices, Shanan. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Keelan Begay is excused till about noon. He will join us. He had an appointment this morning with a family that lost a loved one, who was a veteran as well. So he's doing some good work out there in his community. I believe is at Low Mountain. So he's excused and he'll join us as soon as he's done. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Kodo here. I don't know, honorable members of RDC, kodo, the staff, though. Ato kodo should edge, kodo Herman Daniels Jr. I don't mention any bit ani. I don't know. The son eight as a scat zo, that eight as a null. I don't that ho here leaning, not create an eight as a tree. What are the men slank on the rate? Jet kodo shot ho. Papi can aren't enough on a panashness. What I need to have made all this Marie. I don't know how close I go in here. Nikan on as I thought I just told him to keep it Asha. I had in his house along the San Juan River. Old J2 Shanto not the Ade but I did Ecuador. So I need to have made on Ecuador. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, colleagues and staff, good morning. Shay Mark Freeland is here. Dotlingi Tutsoni, Shlok Kia on Asia. Sandra Kennedy should share a lot 10 episodes in Edish and Tis also Kades and a shot taping chapters to give her lawyer. Tis also Kado Nahadish Say Ido, Jala Alatino, El Gaido, Tel Gaido, Hunt Ledo, Nayaze. Here, Chairman, other colleagues and Flinigi. Look forward to a good meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, good morning, Shana, Chairman Nez, Arosha Vice Chairman Walker, Aroshana, the staff, Mr. Tahish Che, Aron Dakoro, Shamayaja, Miss Teresa Aro and Miss Khan this morning. I thought on the RDC call. I'm driving on the back roads for Defiance, so a little bit bumpy. Shaya Twitsoni and Shledo Nanish as a Tachini, Bashin Tachini, the shade up between the Chanela, Aro Aquado, Beshmas, and Shantel, so I don't make a sheet when it's a little Nijid. Okay, Dion Kodat on Hazoya, but had the shot on the for Defiance Agency, as a representation for Resource Committee. Aro, I can't Nakasodins and though the Banson case Alcon, he gave in Castle Babasadins and this morning, though he not close in that corn. Okay, that Kagi that I can't not the Doleto. I'm sorry, I did not join you yesterday. I had 2 other meetings. So yesterday with 2 chapters regarding their projects. So. So a behasti election, Chairman Nez. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. We also have on the call with us Shamayaja. In a way, it better not on the WD. Kafade Chit, Aja Horliga, Hagishin, Tohol Saw Horliga. Honorable Chair, Amber Kennisbaugh Crowdy.
Oh, yes, ACS, Chairman as committee members. Chairman Freeland for your prayer. So Shay Kia Ani Neshledo, Bilagana Bashushin, Devchini, there's a Chedo, Bilagana de Chanela. Shay Amber Kinas Bakrati, and it's a Toha Toy Vant Nasha. I represent Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Torlina, Sanosti, Red Valley, Cove, Gadia, and Baklabato. I'm on Budget and Finance Committee and chair the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. But like all of my colleagues, we represent all of our Navajo people within the 4 sacred mountains, working or going to school in the urban areas or proudly serving our country internationally. So thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to be on the call and the invitation.
Thank you. Any other colleagues on the call with us? None. Jay Rick Mays in Shihawasan and Snell Zakachin, Bashin Sana, but Leshichedo Kia, Ani Dashinella. Uncle chapters, Banash, Nishige, Hogback, San Juan, and Anizar, Upper Fruitland, Burnham, and Nicom. One other announcement that I didn't make was we stopped at an elderly couple's Hogan yesterday, and Mr. Hank Stevens, it just touched my heart that people out there really still care about each other and love each other. Especially our elderly, because they even invited us that they're going to build her a house in 1 week, which I believe is going to be starting this weekend, maybe next week. But we can get an announcement from them. If you would like to drive out there and help for 1 day, you're more than welcome to do that. I think it would be all worth your time to drive out there. So all the materials were there. They just need someone to bring their hammer and nails, and they'll put us to work if you guys are willing to go out there, or anybody else that's on the call. I was just really impressed with them and what they do out there when they reach out to our elderly people. It's just not language, they do it from their heart, and I just want to say God bless each and every one of them. So, RDC staff, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, member of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senja Kenneth, and I'm Rizzi from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Woody?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, RDC members, good morning, Tracy Woody and Legislative Assistant Winderat in National Office of Legislative Services, Steamboat, they go Nasha, the passage in the welcome to our RDC regular meeting today. So thank you, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan?
Yad Resources and Development Committee members. Do yad besh banta sa anigi ta no shinigi. Ado yad ta isin agi. Ahehe nsago shiyaj Delegate Freeland. Nahasodins and Eba ahe. Thank you very much. It's very soothing and wonderful. She Mariana Khan da shajene. Don't Nishlinigi a toy leaning Nishlin. But Auntie Bashish chin, Ashti Dashid Shade, Senja Kenneth Dashanala. Good morning, one and all, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan, for that. We also have from Speaker's Office, Ms. Yako.
Good morning, Yat Ehebene. Members of the Resources and Development Committee, good morning. My name is Melinda Arviso Siako. Currently a Legislative Staff Assistant for Speaker Damon here in Winter Rock, Arizona. And thank you for having us on the call.
Thank you. We certainly appreciate you assisting RDC from time to time, Ms. Yako. Yeah. Let me go to BIA. We have with us from BIA, Acting Regional Director, who is also the Deputy Regional Director for Trust Services, Ms. Angela Arviso.
Good morning, and Yad Ebene, Chairman Nez and RDC committee members. Thank you, and bear with me here. Adona Enschlene, Halso Enschlon, Twahedlini Bashichin, Nanisht Ajay Dashache, Katne Satni Dashanale. And currently I'm like you had mentioned, the Deputy Regional Director for Trust Services, Navajo Region, and I came aboard about 2 weeks ago. And I will be acting regional director for Mr. Mahoja through November 5th.
Thank you, Ms. Arvizo.
Oh.
Ms. Cheryl Curley.
Yeah, Dave Bennett, good morning, RDC Chairman, RDC Committee, Council Delegate Shada Delegate Crotty, and everyone on this call. Good morning. Cheryl Curley, BIA Navajo Region Tribal Liaison. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Mr. Lester Sosi.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity from Bureau of Indian Affairs to be available for any technical questions. I'm on the line really looking at, I believe you have legislation related to CDAC, so as well as other general questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Calvert Curley. Dr. Curley? None? Mr. Dave Zeller, CEO, NAPI.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. I appreciate the opportunity to listen in on today's activities and specifically wanting to be supportive of the San Juan River Farm Board and make sure that we do our part as being good neighbors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zeller. We also have with us Chapter President from Red Mesa, Mr. Herman Farley from Northern Agency. Mr. Farley?
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Chair Nez. I'd all like to say good morning to you all. Honorable Delegate, I'm on the Resource Development Committee. Honorable Delegates, so everybody that's listening and then being on presentations. I'm Herman Farley. I'm the Red Mesa Chapter President. But I need to say for Red Mesa Chapter on the agenda caution, give time opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. We have Mr. Tracy Raymond on the call, San Juan River Farm Board Chair. None? Any others that are on the call that wishes to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Chair.
Mr. Philfred, go ahead, sir.
Oh, we got a Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, staff, and everybody that's on the virtual call. David Soper from OPVP, Executive Staff Assistant. And I also had an awesome day following you all into some unknown territory. It's not common to most people. Thank
you, Mr. Philford, and also joining us on the tour yesterday. Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the call? Land Department?
This is Michelle Brown-Yazzie from the Navajo Department of Justice's Water Rights Unit.
Good morning, Ms. Brown-Yazzie. Thank you for getting on the call. Anybody else?
Hello, Ricky Ness. This is B. Red Feather, the Vice Chairwoman for San Juan River Farm Board. I have Tracy Raymond here.
Mr. Raymond, go
Hello,
ahead.
does everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, this is Tracy Raymond. This is Tracy Raymond, and 5 of our board members are here. So we are here.
Okay, Bea Red Feather.
Yes. Yes, I am here.
Introduction.
Yes, this is B. Red Feather with San Juan River Farm Board, the Vice Chairperson. Tracy Raymond just introduced himself. Were you guys able to hear him?
Yes.
Okay, we have the rest of the Farm Board members here. I'll have them introduce themselves quickly.
Good morning, this is Levon Gomez, Telecom Chapter Farm Board member.
Good morning, this is Ryan Reed from Gadiaha and Toquan Farm Board member.
From where?
He's from Cudiai.
Could you identify yourself again?
Yes, this is Ronnie D, Farm Board member from Gadiaha and Toquan Chapter.
Yeah, thank you. Is that it?
Hello, this is Herbert Clive from San Juan Chapter, Farm Board.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Cly.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Farm Board members, for getting on the call. Anybody else on the call that wishes to introduce themselves?
Right here, Mr. Nez. This is Harry Deschini, Gadiaha Toquan Chapter President. I'm here attending the Farm Board strategy meeting also.
Mr. Deschini, good to hear your voice.
Good morning. This is Marcus Lee, Police Sergeant for Navajo PD out of Shiprock also, here with the Farm Board.
Yeah, thank you for getting on the call. Next.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, this is Marilyn Holly with Red Mesa Chapter. Vice President, I am listening in today. I just wanted to listen to all of you. Thank you.
Which chapter are you from?
Red Mesa Chapter.
Thank you.
I'll be there too. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Good morning, this is Gilbert Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, go ahead.
My name's Gilbert Harrison. I'm an employee of the Navajo Nation. We're working on several irrigation projects here on the San Juan River. And I believe that the San Juan River Farm Board has some questions that they want to pose and discuss before the RDC. So I'm online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Honorable members of RDC, Mr. Gilbert Harrison here that just spoke is also a Vietnam veteran. So thank you for your service, Mr. Harrison, and all veterans out there. Anybody else?
Good morning, Chairman Nez and committee members. This is Rowena Cheremiah with Minerals Department.
Good morning, Ms. Cheremiah. Anybody else?
Yeah, the Commissioner, this is our chair, I'm sorry. This is Commissioner of the Water Rights Commission, Jolyn Ashley. Good morning, at Benem. Representing Western Agency and Copper Mine Chapter.
Thank you, Chair Ashley, for getting on the call. Thank you. Anybody else? None? Mr. Tahi, could you read the agenda for us, sir?
Chair, members of RDC, the agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Regular meeting, Wednesday, October 27th, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location via telecommunication. Number 1, call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving the journals, October 6, 2021, October 14th, 2021. Number 5, receiving reports. A, report from the San Juan River Farm Board on their work and concern that impact farming and irrigation. Presenter, Tracy Raymond, San Juan River Farm Board Chairman. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. Legislation number 0207-21. An action relating to resource and development approving amendment number 1 between Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company, LLC for the number 701 pipeline. Sponsor, Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. B, legislation number 0208-21. An action relating to the resource and development and budget and finance and non-budget committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity of the Navajo Nation to authorize the Navajo Nation to register and sell offset credits for carbon sequestration under the California Cap and Trade Program administered by the California Air Resource Board, and to provide the courts of the state of California subject matter and equitable jurisdiction over the Navajo Nation for the sole purpose of enforcing the Navajo Nation's obligation with respect to the participation in California's Cap and Trade Program, approving the carbon development and marketing agreement and authorizing the Navajo Nation president to sign the same. Sponsor, Honorable Ricky Nez, co-sponsor, Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. C, legislation number 0121-21, an action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committees, accepting the special review of Red Mesa chapter from the Office of Auditor General, approving the proposed collective action plan of the Red Mesa chapter, sponsor Honorable Charlene So. D, legislation number 02114-21, an action relating to resource and development, approving the grant of right-of-way to the Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc., for the Chishilish single phase 14.4 kV electric power line extension project located on Navajo Nation trust lands in Chishilish chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico. Sponsor, Honorable Mark A. Freeland. E, legislation number 0216-21, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Non-Budget Committee supporting congressional bills S 2798 and HR 5338, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act Amendments of 2021, sponsor Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. F, approving a leadership meeting and executive session with Office of the President and Vice President, Office of the Speaker, Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, Navajo Nation Attorney General, and Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Unit on the Arizona Water Settlement Negotiation update for the recommended date of Monday, November 8th at 9 a.m. G, approving a leadership meeting with the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, Navajo Department of Justice Water Rights Unit, Navajo Department of Water Resources, and the Bureau of Reclamation to conduct a Navajo Gallup Water Project construction tour on the San Juan lateral along Highway 491 and Navajo Route 9 for the recommended date of Tuesday, November 9th at 9 a.m. H, approving a leadership meeting with DJR Energy on hydraulic fracking and a drilling rig for educational purpose for the recommended date of blank in Flora Vista, San Juan County, New Mexico. I, approving a leadership meeting with DNR, DCD, DED, DOT, and EPA on the RDC directive to provide a plan for office spaces in all 5 agencies for the recommended date of blank. J, approving a work session with DED, RBDO, NNLD, GLDD, HBD, DFW, EPA, and DOA on proposed amendments for Navajo Nation business site lease for the recommended date of blank. K, approving to reschedule the work session on the chapter stipends and shortfall from Thursday, October 14th, 2021 at 9 a.m. for the recommended date of November 29th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at Twin Arrows Casino Resort in Flagstaff, Arizona. L, approving a work session on the one-stop shop with the Divisions of Natural Resources, Environmental Protection Agency, and the Department of Justice for the recommended date of November 30th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at Twin Arrows Casino and Resort in Flagstaff, Arizona. 8, close of meeting, announcement, and adjournment. Chair, that is the agenda read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second.
Chairman, I'll second that.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. And I would like to request an addition. I know we have 4 pages of our agenda today, but I would like to request that we schedule a 2-day work session with the Navajo Land Department, General Land Development Department, DNR, in reference to church site lease regulations that were sent to us to have a legislation for the church site leasing regulations. And the second day, we could discuss the waivers that has been mentioned and we had talked about for our people's water line and power line from the ARPA funds that could be utilized. So I would like to request my honorable colleagues that if we could have this on the agenda for an approval of 2 days of work session, perhaps at the Navajo Land Department. They have a conference room up there. We can go each day, or for those who are unable to, we can provide a teleconference number too. So I'd like to entertain a motion for Amendment 1.
I'll be like chairman.
Do you motion?
Oh, motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. Any questions on Amendment 1? Any additions or deletions that we could add to Amendment 1?
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, Shania, Chairman, the Vice Chairman, I want to request a report and an update from the EPA solid waste. That's why I'm driving the back roads today. Gotten concerns from community members between Sawmill to Crystal, Sawmill to Fort Defiance, and in the Fort Defiance community regarding their grazing areas where people are just continuing to dump trash, whether they be from the fall season cleanup, the branches and debris, or even from this past summer when they were cleaning their yards. We have couches and refrigerators out here, toys. Can we get a report on what we're gonna do with the trash from EPA, and what are we going towards for the next 3 years on that, Shania? That's what I wanted to request for.
Honorable Stewart, you want that report today?
No, in the next meeting, Shania, because I probably know they're not ready today. Like you said, we have 4 pages, so by the next meeting.
Okay, we'll add that to Amendment 1. Honorable Freeland, do you accept a report from EPA on illegal trash dumping?
Chairman, yes, thank you. And
This
Chairman,
is for,
Chairman,
we'll just schedule it for the next meeting. Yes,
Chairman.
go ahead, Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. If I could ask my brother on that amendment to also include chapters from Eastern Agency. We have Johnny Johnson and Gloria Skeet from Bahale. If we can include them on that report, when the report from include EPA, but also include the chapters as well. Thank you.
Honorable Stewart, you
Yes, Shania Abiga.
you're okay with the modification? Okay.
Yeah,
So
we can include the stepchildren. Yes.
Thank you, brother.
Honorable Freeland, since you hold that motion for Amendment 1, are you good with it?
Chairman, yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Stewart, are you good with it?
Biga Shania.
There's two additions to schedule. One, a report from Navajo EPA, the other one scheduling a meeting with Land Department on church site lease, as well as waivers for water line and power line for our Navajo people so they could utilize the ARPA funds. Any other additions?
Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, though, committee members. Although the motioning party for the amendments there regarding waste or trash, although the requested report from Navajo Nation EPA regarding waste disposal or the illegal dumping portion of what that is, waste disposal. There's the waste management portion, and then there's the illegal dumping part. I believe that's a nationwide problem. If my chief from Eastern, I'd like to have that be expanded to make it more comprehensive nationwide. I think leadership what unskilled and Ikea Bakahot Ehiki a Quagge Hideti in the Hasdi other behas on Jupada Hollo to bells and go Joko a hit out a bells and all this as on that the chain that could how does it but the Hollo that you're quiet. Although when it comes to resources, as we are appropriators and legislators, I would ask that my chair's request for the amendment include his chapters to be the report be inclusive of all areas across the Navajo Nation. I believe EPA knows which regions or even chapters are the worst. I see Yego Nahoti. I see trashed. Oh, how you that la digi eholo. Ahoshido hajoda eda jojo hotesto. So I get a report and even natchet at on kilo what ego. Naha Thank you, Chair. That'd be my request, that motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. What if we do this, Shananta? If we just do it Navajo nationwide, all 5 agencies, it would be that 1 hour each, and then with questions and answers, another 2 hours. So it could be an all-day thing to have this discussion in a leadership meeting. That would be my recommendation, Shananta. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Ashbiga.
That's a good recommendation, Chairman. I'm agreeable to that. So colleagues.
Okay.
I am. Thank you.
Okay, because if we just give a report for 20 minutes, they're not going to need 20 minutes because we're going to be asking a lot of questions. And if we have our other chapters involved too, it's going to take more time. So, Honorable Freeland, there's a modification, as well as Honorable Stewart, to not provide a report from Navajo Nation EPA, but to schedule a leadership meeting for all 5 agencies. And this would just pretty much be an all-day thing because we're all going to be asking questions as well. Honorable Freeland, do you concur?
Abiga, to my chair's request, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Yes, I concur.
Okay, we'll just do that then. We'll just have a leadership meeting for that. So, and any other additions or deletions to the agenda for Amendment 1, Karo?
Chairman, I have a request and
Honorable Freeland?
Motion. Thank you, Chairman Adashanta, colleagues and Finnegy. I wanted to ask on the agenda if we could legislation 0214-21, if I could go ahead and move that to the next RDC meeting. I'm still trying to wait to get feedback, or I'm still trying to get information back from Continental Divide as well as Bahala chapter, or Chachotka, I'm sorry, Chachotka. And then
Honorable Freeland, you want to defer, you want to delete this off the agenda, 0214-21?
Yeah, defer to the next meeting. Otto, I want to ask for committee's consideration for consent agenda. Item F, item G, item K, and item L. Just those 4. Chairman, that's my request.
Could you state that again, Honorable Freeland?
I want to ask for a deferment for legislation item D on the agenda, legislation 0214-21, right-of-way consideration for Chachotwa chapter, single phase power line. Otto, the second part to my request is to ask the consideration of the committee for consent agenda for items F on the agenda, approving a leadership meeting with the president and vice president. Item G, approving a leadership meeting with Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission and Department of Justice. Since we already have dates on those 2. Nana, item K, approving to reschedule a work session on chapter stipend and shortfall. A, we already have a date on that one as well. And item L, approving a work session on the one-stop shop, since we already have a date on that one too. So Chairman. And then want to ask for the committee's consideration as well for a work session or a follow-up to a work session that we had with Division Community Development on their plan of operation.
Could you restate that, Honorable Freeland?
A request to have a follow-up leadership meeting with the Division of Community Development on their plan of operation. Dr. Yellowman and her team, just to see where they're at and how that's going. And I remember that solid waste, they used to have a solid waste program under DCD, but it's no longer there. I don't know how we can work with DCD as well, but it's really an EPA issue now because it's illegal, it's involving illegal dumping. But the chapter's request, Iggy, is related to overhead expenditures, and it's costing the chapters a lot to operate these transfer stations. Some of us are fortunate in San Juan County that the county has transfer stations within our chapter boundaries. We have one at Lake Valley, and we're fortunate that the counties operate those. But other chapters as well, they have transfer stations. It's costing a lot of money for these transfer stations to be in operation. That's why I asked for Eastern to be on the line. But ADS Chairman, those are my 3 requests. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Freeland, you hold a motion for Amendment 1, and you're requesting to remove legislation 0214-21. Since you're the sponsor, you're welcome to do that. You're going to ask for a consent agenda for F, G, K, and L. What we can do with that is on Amendment 1, Amendment 2, we can do that.
Oh,
no, we can do it under Amendment 1 here. Although there's your last request for a DCD leadership meeting update on the plan of operation with oversight committee.
yeah, and I don't know what our calendar looks like for November, but we need to start getting this going. This plan of operation for DCD. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Stewart, do you concur?
Yes, I concur.
Honorable Stewart. Okay. Ms. Khan, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, yes, I am on the call.
Okay. I have a question for you. Honorable Freeland would like to have a consent agenda for scheduling these meetings, which already have had dates on them. F, G, K, L. Did we add this on to Amendment 1 for approval? And then after we approve the agenda, we'll come back to it and approve those first. Would it need a separate amendment, the consent agenda?
I don't think necessarily a separate amendment, but as I recall, the consent agendas were written concerning legislation as opposed to setting the dates of meetings. I'm sorry, I do believe that is the language is regarding setting legislation, voting on legislation. Mr. Chair, I am sorry to inform you that it is not within the language of consent agendas. And if I am wrong, I will quickly let you know, but that is my understanding.
You're probably correct because consent agenda does specify certain legislations that are non-controversial.
That's right.
And these are just scheduling. So, Honorable Freeland, your consent agenda, but all your requests, we're just going to have to expunge that because the consent agenda is only for legislation. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman Abiga, that's fine. I was just trying to take care of some items on the agenda since we have 4 pages.
Okay, we'll do fine. I think not all that. Honorable Stewart, you concur to remove a consent agenda for scheduling meetings?
Yes.
Okay, so Amendment 1 will be to schedule a work session 2 days, 1 on church site lease regulations. Day 2 will be waivers for water line, power lines for our people utilizing the ARPA funds. That will be M. N will be a Navajo Nation EPA schedule a leadership meeting for all 5 agencies related to grazing areas where there is illegal dumpings and other related topics for that leadership meeting for 2 days. Under new business will be DCD leadership meeting update on the plan of operation. There is motion for Amendment 1, Honorable Freeland. Motion, second by Honorable Stewart. Any comments or questions? None. We'll go ahead and call for the votes. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, Honorable Daniels,
Green.
thank you. Honorable Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Stewart,
Green.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1. Back to the main motion, Shananta. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Herman Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a question. I'm just wondering whatever happened to a meeting, especially that the Nishado meeting, our neighboring tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, in regards to feral horses. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Tahi, to respond to that?
Chair, members of the commission, since I am new, I do not recall any requests made on the feral horses and our neighboring tribes regarding it. But Mr. Daniels did bring it up today, so I will start working on it and making those arrangements, so that way it will be on the next RDC agenda as well. Back to you, Chair.
Mr. Tahi. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. We would appreciate you working on that for us so we can reach out to other tribes near us, including the Hopi Nation and the Ute Mountain Nation. So, Honorable Daniels, do you have a follow-up question?
Mr. Chair, not at this time.
It'll be on the next agenda to have it scheduled when Mr. Tahi makes the arrangements and makes contacts with our neighboring tribes. Any other comments or questions on the main motion? None. We'll go ahead and take a vote here. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Say again?
We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We do have an approved agenda before us. May everybody please put your phones on mute. Ashmora would appreciate that. Thank you. Number 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals. This was sent out by Ms. Whitty for October 6th and October 14th. Let's establish a motion, Shananta.
Motion, Delegate Stewart.
Thank you. Second?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Any comments or questions on the journals? For those that are listening, the journals are pretty much the same as minutes that are taken at the local chapter, recording of all the actions and meetings that took place. No comments? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. Journals. Number 5, receiving reports. A, from the San Juan River Farm Board on their work and concerns that impact farming and irrigation. Presenter, Mr. Tracy Raymond and the San Juan River Farm Board members. He's the chair of the San Juan River Farm Board. So, we'll We'll give him 20 minutes. Mr. Raymond, you have 20 minutes, sir. Mr. Tracy Raymond. Press *6 to unmute. Ms. Redfeather, are you on the call?
Yes, Ricky, this is B. Redfeather. Here's Tracy.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I've been trying to get on my phone, but it didn't work. So I need a time limit of 20 minutes. So I'm going to try to make it fast. But I am the chairperson of the San Juan River Farm Board. And Kia anin shino aro bitani ya aro todichini dashin nala aro dashe dashiche out and then. And one of the things I want to emphasize here is that when a person introduces himself and tells about his clan, he is identifying himself as a Navajo. And as leaders, we are kind of committed to improving the livelihood of Navajos. So not only in present, but also into the future. There are four of us here, and two of them are probably on the line. And we're into the 9 months of our office, and some of the things that we've been concentrating on is that, what can we accomplish in our terms? We have been having what we call strategy meetings, and one of the things that we're doing right now is the strategy meeting, and it was scheduled right at this time. What are our goals? And our goals is the main thing is to improve the irrigation management system and the irrigation land and farmland management system. And we do have a resolution. We did write a written report, and hopefully all the resource committees got one, so you can follow as we go through this report. And also we want to improve our communication with the resource committee and all the entities that are involved in the irrigation system, the San Juan River irrigation system. We cannot move forward if we do not communicate in a proper manner to discuss things and what the concerns are, so that we can move forward. And one of the things that we have been emphasizing is the permanent trust fund. And it has been approved, and there was monies available it's allocated to improve the irrigation system. One of the main concerns that we had is that there were $600,000 approved to do an inventory of the farmlands to the irrigation system. And I know that Gilbert is on the line, and we have been working with him, and we are wanting to work with him to get a scope of work so this thing can be contracted. And to this day, nothing really has happened, and it's been close to 4 years now since these monies have been available. So So that was my concerns about the permanent trust funds. Otto Cornelia with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I know that they're on the line, but we have written a resolution stating that we wanted a written report on how the Bureau of Indian Affairs manage or governs the land use permits. Otto, what policies and how policies are enforced? To this day, we haven't gotten any response from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and we want to kind of sit down within where the policies are and how things can be managed better. So some of our goals is to get a better management system going, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs is highly involved in the land issues. Yeah. So if we're not getting any response, we have reached out to some of the private organizations, and we have contacted the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. They're an agency that kind of navigates legislations through the congressional side, yeah. And with their help, we have contacted the Ben Lujan's office. The response that we got is that there is a tribal liaison that we need to go through that route. So what we're requesting is that we would like to see some sort of response and make this sort of like a priority, because the land issues have been becoming a very big concern. We have people that are encroaching on other right-of-ways and on. And on our regular meetings, that's what we deal with. But we want to resolve problems at the root level of our Bonside case. So that's one thing. And then another issue that we bring up is that at one time we had a NRCS office in Shiprock. It has been abolished, but the bulk of the requests that are coming in for farmers to help farmers is in the Shiprock area. And we want to get re-established an office here in Shiprock. And in the written report, we have attached that resolution to the report. And another issue that has always been there is the probate issues. Yeah, there are so many people that the permits are under probate, and the courts are backlogged. And one of the ideas that we had is that we want to see if there's an option to get a probate officer dealing only with probate so that these can be resolved. See, people, we do not even know how many how many land use permits are under probate at this time. And part of the inventory that we see in doing the inventory is to identify some of these probates and where all the permittees are and who is using it. That's why we were pushing to get an inventory on it. We had a water rights settlement around 2010. our delegate, George Arthur, had worked on this, and it was settled, and there was fundings that were available on that water rights settlement. And the funding, we do not know where, what the status on this funding is, yeah. And some of the fundings we know that went into the right-of-ways of the irrigation system. And we would like to know where the status is. This has been a big issue, is the hemp that are here. The hemp farms that happen, yeah. We knew about this thing happening 3 years before any sort of investigation actually happened. Things were confiscated, but to this day, the hemp farms are still here. And people are always asking what is happening with this issue. And we did write a resolution recommending that these people that allow hemp to be grown on their farm, that we should cancel their permits. But it seems like this resolution is not being considered. And then where is the status on the persecution? Yeah, where is these people going to ever be prosecuted? And those are just questions that we have, yeah. And we have also been getting reports that there's still hemp activities going on some of these areas, yeah. So, you know, how can we stop it, and how can we go forward with it? And so it's a big concern here. And to say this, yeah, most of the farm board members here were elected because the local people, the local farmers didn't approve of this hemp operation, so they put new farm board members in there. It's a big concern, and we seem like we're just going up against a wall. So we have been meeting with the tribal attorney, but we'll just go round and around. What are the policies to move forward on this? So, some of the concerns that we have is with our plan of operation, yeah, the farm board plan of operation. I know that there's legislation, and you guys approved it. Unknown, yeah, in the policies that we report to the Department of Ag. And the Department of Ag has been sort of dictating to us, you know, what to do. But in our view, that should be the other way around. We should tell the Ag Department of what to do. For instance, yeah, they have been asking us to do crop reports, but the crop report, a lot of people are just saying, what are we doing this for? And the farm board themselves, we're not technical people, and we just don't do everything consistently. So to us, this is a unnecessary exercise that we do. And besides that, we don't know if these things, what they're going to be used for, and we never get a report back from the Ag Department on this crop report. I just want to state a little bit about the San Juan River Dene Water Users Association. The San Juan River Water Association was established in 1995. Yeah, the sole purpose of this organization was to to do more like be self-sufficient, and the farmers had input into how the irrigation was being operated. And the sole purpose was for them to collect water assessments. But that did not materialize. It's been over 20 years now since their existence, yeah. And they were successful in writing grants and getting money for pipelines. However, the farmlands, even though they got pipelines, are not being farmed. So we need to improve the policies of our farmlands too. Without opening one of the issues, that's another issue that we want these farmlands inventory. We want to know who is farming, where their address is, and who are deceased. Yeah, and a lot of these farmlands, the farm plots, yeah, there's other uses for it now. And there's homes on the corrals on them, yeah. Yeah. And a lot of the farms, the farm plots are not suitable for farming anymore. So we want to inventory those farmland so that we can use all our water rights. See, we do have water rights. So to move forward with all this and to use our water rights and our farmlands for our people, for our Navajo families, what our Naso city case of Atati Netida. I don't I don't know if I picked up the 20 minutes, but does the other farm board members want to say anything?
Thank you. You have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes. Goshila, maybe we can just use that time for some questions or whatever. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Other farm board members, honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion. Freeland. Chairman, motion. Freeland.
Yes. Is there a second? Thank you.
I'll second that, Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Mr.
Chairman, this is Gilbert Harrison. I'd like to have a couple minutes for comments.
Mr. Harrison, are you a farm board member?
I'm the former chairperson of the San Juan River Farm Board. I sat down, I was a chairman for a number of years. Right now, I'm engaged in several irrigation projects.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, are you okay with Mr. Harrison to use the 4 minutes that's left?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel. I'm okay with it.
Abiga, Chairman.
Okay.
Freeland.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harrison, you have 4 minutes left, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, members of the RDC. This is a very good discussion that is being presented. On behalf of the San Juan River irrigation, we will make that inventory a priority project and get that out, hopefully in advertisement this coming month, November, and get the contract awarded and get that the inventory done. But the other thing that I experienced as a chairman before Tracy Raymond of the San Juan River Farm Board and the Navajo Nation overall Farm Board as a chairperson One of the things that we really have a problem with is enforcement of policies and procedures. There's enough policies, procedures, regulations, either through the BIA or the Navajo Nation. We have a lot of rules and regulations, but enforcement is really not there because the farm boards only have recommendation authority. And if you just recommendation authority, everything just comes to a standstill. So somehow the enforcement needs to be either beefed up or revised so that when the farm board policy comes out to do something a little different or to enforce a little more information getting, that there is enforcement. And that's what we see on this inventory. People are not going to be willing to participate. And there's no way we can force them to do that. So somehow that enforcement has to be reviewed and revised, maybe through the RDC. The next issue I've shared with the present farm board and across some of the other areas is the next generation of farmers. Farmers all of us have the gray hair because we still like to farm and work the land. But the younger generation, there's no interest in farming. You know, that's a sad statement to make, but that it is. They rather work, have clean jobs, clean hands, and get paid every 2 weeks. Whereas if you're a farmer, you don't get paid until maybe at the end of the season. So we're finding that economic returns, trying to get these lands back into shape and irrigation system back into shape so people can farm. So the next generation, how do we improve? How do we recruit? That's a big issue too. Enforcement, next generation. Otto, the other one is a lot of
4 minutes is up.
Okay, 1 more minute. A lot of the farms are, the land use permits are being held by older people, and they do not want to give that up or pass it along to the next generation. So because they are just basically hiding the permit under their pillow, it's hard for somebody else that wants a farm to get in there and do some actual farming. Those are the kind of social issues that we face, and I think that deserves to be discussed at a higher level. That's based on my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Enforcement or next generation. There is a motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Are there any comments or questions for San Juan River Farm Board?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't take it all. Shanat Arnold Senegi, I didn't take it all. San Juan River Farm Board, Senegi, Mr. Tracy, yeah. Mr. Raymond, yeah. Yeah, we get the house of Snack. I don't know, Mr. Chair, when you go through tour, that's on a NAS, on the hot bag. See a lot of these greenhouses out there that end up, but looking at it, it's an eyesore. You got get that skin with that dye. You look how it makes it look. So I'm just wondering where what is the status on that? I know is it still in litigation? So I don't know. Some of the questions that we have probably need to go into executive session. But maybe that how the same what these need to get an update for those from the DOJ. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Daniels. We do have on the call with us this morning from the Department of Justice, Mr. Brian Curley. Mr. Curley, are you on the call, sir? Press star six.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Brian Curley,
Thank you.
Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Curley Chambers. There's a concern raised by San Juan River Farm Board as well as Honorable Daniels today. We received a report from the Farm Board Chair, Mr. Raymond, and all the Farm Board members are on the call with us this morning. And they do have a concern. They provided a report on the work that they do along San Juan River. And a couple of questions need to be answered. And they requested a probate officer dealing only with probates for a lot of these farms where people have passed on and it hasn't been probated. And also, the other concern, the major concern, I believe, is the ongoing hemp production. The illegal hemp production still going on along San Juan River. If you could provide us some sort of update, we would appreciate it. If it's sensitive and confidential information that we're requesting, we would like to schedule a meeting sometimes with RDC as well as the San Juan River Farm Board and perhaps go through some of the sensitive issues related to the ongoing issue as well as the status of the prosecution of these illegal hemp production that still is going on at this time as we speak. So, Mr. Brian Curley Chambers, may you respond, sir?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I have been in contact with the Farm Board for maybe the past 6 months, and we've had meetings every month. So I give them regular updates about that. But so there are some aspects of that is or can't be discussed in public. So that may have to be done in a closed meeting. But for the most part, your questions pertain first to probate and I think just the hemp litigation in general. So I would say as for the probate, that's something that would need to be researched. But my initial impression is, generally probate's handled by the judicial branch. And I don't know what role DOJ would play in trying to get the judicial branch to assign somebody to do probate specifically for the San Juan River Farm Board. I do know the Shiprock District Court is very busy, and I know they don't turn cases around fairly quickly. So that might be a different discussion altogether. But that would have to be looked in further. So I don't know what DOJ could say about that specifically. But the other question was litigation and hemp in general. So some of the issues are sensitive, and we had hired outside counsel to handle a lot of that litigation in terms of what had taken place out there. And a lot of that at this point is public information, but the litigation is ongoing. I do believe there is, or maybe ethics complaints that are ongoing. There are criminal complaints that are ongoing. There's a civil complaint that's ongoing. So all of that's still pending. But like I said, the main problem is backlogs with the court and just issues with time in terms of how quickly the courts can turn around a lot of these cases. And so that just goes back to the case load for the courts. DOJ doesn't have any control over that. So that's a lot of times the main reason for delays. I don't have specific information about that ongoing civil suit against different parties out there in the Shiprock area for the hemp operations that were out there. So that I believe would need to be deferred to attorney general who has direct line to the outside counsel that's handling that out of DC. So that's the litigation aspect of it. What I've been helping with the farm board with is an administrative remedy or an administrative solution to the issues out there, because the courts are trying to handle this judicially with court decisions and orders. So alternatively, we were looking at administrative remedies or administrative decision making and orders as a secondary solution. So that is what I've been consulting with the farm boards about for the past maybe 5 months. And I have reiterated numerous times what that process may or may not look at. I can't get into too much detail on that front because that would require me to go into legal strategy. But I can say that in order to move that forward, there needs to be more consultation and coordination between the Department of Ag, the District 12 Grazing Committee, and the San Juan River Farm Board, because it's an administrative decision-making process that would require the nation to issue a decision on the matter, which can then go down the path of being appealed to OHA. So that's sort of where that's at. And I've consulted with the farm board about that. And we had decided in our last meeting that we would have to get a meeting set up between Department of Ag, DNR, the farm board, and District 12 Grazing Committee. I don't know if that meeting had taken place, but that was something that we had decided needed to happen next in terms of next steps. That's sort of where things are at. I could do a more in-depth report, but I think it's probably best we do that behind like an executive session or a closed meeting, so that we're not going into too much detail that might require us to disclose litigation strategy or just legal strategy in general. I hope that's answered all your questions, but that's what I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley Chambers, for that report. We probably, honorable members of RDC, we probably should schedule a leadership meeting and go into executive session and have the Department of Justice, Madam Attorney General and her staff provide some of these updates that are confidential, and perhaps we could have Mr. Charlie Galbraith also be on the call when we do schedule that meeting, which would include the San Juan River Farm Board, and give us all an update on this illegal hemp production. And we'll just do that way and schedule that. Mr. Tahi, if you would put that on next Wednesday's RDC meeting, we would appreciate that. Although we have Dr. Curley on the call, and I would like to have Dr. Curley and perhaps the acting regional director respond to Mr. Raymond's request as well. Dr. Curley? Star 6 to unmute. Ms. Arvizo? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. I'll go ahead and for now defer to our acting regional director, Chairman.
Arvizo?
Yeah, again, Chairman Nez, and thank you to the San Juan River Farm Board Chairperson Tracy Raymond for providing that report. And I did get a copy of the report through the email. I did review the contents and did see that letter, being that And there is no excuses, not making excuses for the BIA, but since Mr. Mahoja and I came on board just recently, we will have the staff take a look at the letter and the farm board's concerns regarding the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And we'll meet with Dr. Curley, follow that up and respond back to the farm board with the information that is requested. And I would like to, Chairman Naz, if you're okay with it, or have Dr. Curley go ahead and provide a response as well.
Thank you, Ms. Arvizo. Dr. Curley, you have the floor, sir. Good morning, members of the Resources and Development Committee and Chairperson Nez. The resolution I did receive, I'm looking at it right now. We will provide a response to the farm board. Although we also participate in these the San Juan River Farm Board meeting on a monthly basis, and we usually provide a report. But I will check with the office in Shiprock to see if they receive. In fact, I already sent this information to them to see if they received this resolution. But we'll do follow up, and we will respond to the request that's being made by the farm board. But just for your information, I do remember that we did provide a presentation of the same topics to the RDC committee, but we can provide that same type of response, a written response to the committee. And let's see, the enforcement, I think, is a big issue, and I know that the Shiprock office has been working closely with the farm board, and the protocol that we work with is what's already identified with the Navajo Nation as far as the due process in canceling agricultural land use permits. And there is a due process in place, and the first step in that is, of course, an assessment by the farm board of a particular plot. And if they're going to cancel a particular plot, they need documentation to support that. And any recommendation to the BIA, for example, cancellation, the recommendation is made to the BIA, and then we go through that process. And during the recommendation, let's say we receive a resolution to cancel an agricultural land use permit, the individual that is affected will have an opportunity to appeal the decision of the farm board to the Navajo Office of Hearings and Appeals office, where they can appeal that decision that was made by the office by the farm board. So when we get a resolution or a recommendation to cancel a permit, we don't cancel it, the same week or the same day. We usually wait until there's a process, the 30 days, I believe, and that the individual can appeal that process, appeal the decision through the Navajo Office of Hearings and Appeals. So we can, it's made. There's also a request to take a look at the farm plot boundaries. Most of the farm plots within the San Juan River has been digitized, and all that information is stored with the Shiprock office. So we will respond. So for now, that will be my response. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Curley. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for the farm board? Then, yeah, thank you, San Juan River Farm Board, Mr. Chair, Mr. Raymond Lawson, the Farm Board, report also Resources and Development Committee, and we will have a scheduled leadership meeting and most likely go into executive session to share some confidential and sensitive information for all of us to hear from the Department of Justice, Madam Attorney General. So Mr. Tahi will take care of the arrangements, and we'll put it on the agenda for approval for next Wednesday. Any other comments or questions? None. We'll go ahead and accept the report at this time. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, welcome. How do you vote, sir?
Chairman, Kiel and I accept the report. I vote green. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report from the San Juan River Farm Board. Thank you, Farm Board members. Moving down, old business, there's none. New business. Legislation 0207-21. Honorable Wilson Stewart is the sponsor. Mr. Tahi, could you read this in for the record, please?
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. You have attached legislative summary sheet, tracking number 0207-21, date October 4th, 2021. Titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to resource and development, approving amendment number 1 between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company, LLC, for the number 701 pipeline. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the amendment number 1 to the right-of-way approved by Resource and Development Committee Resolution RDCN-85-15. The sponsor to this resolution is Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this resolution. Action relating to resource and development, approving amendment number 1 between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company, LLC, for the number 701 pipeline being enacted, Section 1 authority. The Resource and Development Committee is established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has the authority to grant final approval for land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bond requirements on the Navajo lands and unrestricted fee land. The authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignments, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfers, renewals, and termination. 2 NNC Section 501B2. Chair, I think there is a amendment that needs to be made. This should say Section 2 findings instead of Section 1 findings. A, the Mid-America Pipeline Company, LLC, requires the Resource and Development Committee approve amendment number 1 to the right-of-way agreement between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company, LLC, for the number 701 pipeline. The amendment 1 is attached as Exhibit 1. B, the Mid-America Pipeline Company, LLC, right-of-way was approved by the Navajo Nation Resources Committee Resolution RDCN-83-15, which is attached as Exhibit 2. C, the review by the Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation Department is attached as Exhibit 3. The Biological Resource Compliance Form is attached as Exhibit 4. The review by the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife is attached as Exhibit 5. D, the Executive Official Review Document number 015688 is attached as Exhibit 6. The reviewers have stated significant or approval of the pipeline number 701 agreement. Section 3, approval. The Navajo Nation Council Resource and Development Committee hereby approves amendment number 1 attached as Exhibit 1 to the right-of-way agreement between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline LLC for the number 701 pipeline. B, the Navajo Nation hereby authorize the Navajo Nation president to execute this amendment as approved by this resolution. Attaches Exhibit 1, which is a title amendment number 1 to the right-of-way between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company LLC for a number 701 pipeline. Attaches Exhibit 2, the resolution of the Resource and Development Committee of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, first year 2005, resolution number RDCN-8315. Attached is Exhibit 3, which is a letter regarding Mid-America Pipeline LLC proposed amendments RDCN-8315 dated May 3rd, 2021. Exhibit 4 is attached, which is the Biological Resource Compliance Form, Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Attaches Exhibit 5, which is a letter dated July 15th, 2021 by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Attaches Exhibit 6, the Executive Official Review document number 015688, date of issue of January 5th of 2021. Last is the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0207-21, which was posted on October 4th, 2021 at 8:43 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended October 9th, 2021. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation to this legislation. Chair, that is the legislation number 20207 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, let's have a motion and a second.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second by
Keelan.
Honorable Keelan Begay, thank you. Honorable Stewart, do you have an agent that you would like to identify?
I want to see if Miss I forget her last name, Jeanette Rosenberg is online for this, Shania. She would be the agent for me or with me on this legislation. I know there is an amendment that we wanted to put into that was emailed to Shema, Ms. Khan, and I last week. I don't know if Ms. Khan has that amendment ready or she even had time to review it yet.
Okay, Honorable Stewart, since you identified your agent, you have 20 minutes to introduce your legislation.
Okay, Shania, Chairman Do, Vice Chairman Walker, Shania for RDC. This legislation, this is going to be final authority with RDC, and it's also going to, this is just the final authority for this one. So if Ms. Rosenberg is on, we can go ahead and hear her part, but this is for the right-of-way regarding the pipeline that is already going through and has been in the process for 30 plus years. And right now that's what we're working on. They have their clearances from historic preservation. Everything is good to go. It's just getting this part of it done. And exhibits are all attached to it, to this legislation. If you have time to review those, we do have the amendment on the right of way as an exhibit 1. And then we also have the resolution from us from 2015 from the committee then that approved it as well. And so that's just what I have. Again, if Ms. Rosenberg's on the line, I will have her explain more in detail as to the legislation. Shouldn't I, Chairman Nez?
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Jeanette, could you identify yourself? And you may proceed after that.
Chair?
Yes.
This is Rodney. There was some confusion earlier regarding this legislation. Jeanette Rosenberg is dealing with the Paradox Resources Montezuma Creek right-of-way. When she emailed Delegate Stewart, her legislation is not with this one, the 020721. That information was also shared with Ms. Mariana Khan, and is corrected. So that amendment that Delegate Stewart is referring to is not part of this legislation.
Okay.
Back to you, Chair.
So there's no amendment other than the legislation itself that speaks to approving amendment number 1 between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company? Mr. Tahi?
Chair, you are correct. This resolution is only dealing with the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline. The only amendment that needs to be made on this resolution is Section 2, should read as Section 2, but it reads as Section 1. I believe Ms. Mariana Khan is also, I spoke the same time as she did, so I believe she has something to say also. Back to you, Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this
Yes.
is Teresa. I'm sorry, but I remember this legislation. Kitty Wood is on the line. She's the agent for this legislation. Thank you.
Okay. Let me go to the floor first to Ms. Woods, and then we'll go to Ms. Khan. Ms. Wood?
Hello, I'm here. I also have with me the landman for this project, Mr. Cody Trevino, and he's prepared to answer any questions that you have on this project.
Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Could you speak to the legislation, the reason for this legislation?
I'm going to defer to Cody Trevino, who is also in on this call. Is that correct, Cody? You're here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, do you identify Mr. Cody Trevino as your agent?
Yes, Chairman. Since he's more familiar with the project, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trevino, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you all for your time and attention to this matter. As been discussed, this is an amendment to an existing agreement for existing lines on Navajo Nation property. We have, in the original agreement, there was a limitation on product that we could flow through the pipeline as well as a direction of flow. And rather than take the time and additional lands to lay another pipeline, we were able to find a way to use existing assets not on Navajo Nation land as well as Bureau of Indian Affairs land to repurpose the lines and use them for additional products. So we did not have to take up more land and lay new pipeline. So in order to do that legally, we require this amendment for the change in product limitation as well as direction of flow. And that is pretty much it. But I can answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trevino. Ms. Khan, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, yes, I am on the call.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. So is there an amendment language to this legislation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and it's essentially a typographical error. And I am just now sending it to Mr. Tahi and members of the committee. Just a second, and I will send it off to you right now.
Okay, so is that language a correction from section 1 to section 2?
Yes, that's all it is.
Okay. We'll go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, comment, Superintendent Sosi.
Just one moment, sir. Mr. Tahi, when you get the amendment language, could you disseminate that to honorable members of RDC?
Chair, yes, I will.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have sent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it was just sent to us. Mr. Tahi, could you please read this into the record, please?
Chair, the amendment reads as follows. Page 1, line 26, strike 1 and insert 2 as follows. Section 1, striked out, underworded 2, findings. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second for Amendment 1.
Freeland?
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second.
Chairman, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Any comments or questions, Nanda? If not, let me go to Superintendent Sosi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. As the committee reviews the amendment and analyzing, assessing this situation, again, I'm not familiar with the details of it, but just from a regulatory perspective, I would just draw some attention to some provisions in the regulations under 169 for rights-of-ways. We have worked with this company before in some applications related for rights-of-way in Eastern Navajo Agency. But I want to just draw your attention because the presenter indicated in there that they want to, I guess, not encumber more lands for the right-of-way. So this amendment is what they're requesting. So it raises some interesting questions in my mind from a regulatory perspective that the committee might want to look at closely. If you look at 169.102 regulations and 25 CFR, it really is clear in there on the purpose of the right-of-way under number 4. And if the applicant is looking at a different type of product than what the previous right-of-way was issued for, then it brings up some interesting questions around negotiations, fair market value, if it's a different product. So I think that when that happens, you have to revisit the purpose of the application and really look at its implications in terms of compensation or any other use of the easement. So I just really want to draw your attention to that one provision. Certainly the committee has a prerogative on how they want to proceed forward. But I just wanted to add that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi, for bringing that to our attention. Let me go to Ms. Rowena Cheremiah. perhaps she can respond to the concern that was raised. Chair Maya?
Good
Press
afternoon,
star
Chairman.
six. Go ahead.
To respond to the question, the reason he is correct that we did take into consideration the different products that we're going to be running through the line. And in resolution number RDCN-83-15, there is a provision that if there was changes to the line, changes in the product, changes in the length, that additional consideration had to be looked at. We had to take a look at what was the purpose of the additional product, everything that is going into this particular amendment. We did take a look at. What the Minerals Department considered was that over the prior resolution, the consideration assessed was $10 million for a right-of-way of 20 years. That equates to approximately $500,000 per year. So we looked at that amount and the fact that there was about 13 or 14 years remaining of those 20 years. Then we took a look at the reason why Enterprise or Mid-America Pipeline Company needed to add additional product and needed to allow the reversal flow of those products. And this was because, well, overall, we needed to get, it allows the Navajo Nation product to get additional products besides just the natural gas liquids to market. When we spoke with Mr. Cody Trevino, the agent here, it was during the time that there was we were right in the middle of the pandemic, and we weren't able, we meaning the Navajo Nation, we weren't able to get any additional products out to market. If you remember that our oil production had to be stored, and then when the storage was full, we couldn't produce no more oil because there was no outlet. So we took that into consideration as well as, okay, we're going to identify some consideration. We're going to make sure that this is a large pipeline that crosses diagonally from Bloomfield, New Mexico, all the way down to the lower part of New Mexico, crossing different tribal trust and allotted land areas. So it affects not just the Navajo Nation, but other areas. And we thought it was in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to allow the reversal of the flow and the additional products in addition to the NGLs. So that would include basically crude oil and the crude oil products. Did that answer your question, Chairman?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your response to this. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart, the sponsor of the legislation, and your agents. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, Sean Chairman, we'll go ahead and go to Mr. Trujillo. Go get the cash.
Okay, Mr. Trevino.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Was there a question for me, or do you want to just kind of touch on what Rowena said as well?
Mr. Trevino?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear Ms. Chermaya provide her statement on this legislation, as well as the provision for changes for additional products?
Yes, sir, I did.
What is your response?
I agree completely with Ms. Rowena's comments. And I just wanted to also note that as a pipeline operator, we are subject to any and all regulatory legislation, rules, laws, federal, state. So any further regulatory concerns that might be had, those again, we have rules and those sorts of operations in place to assure we're in compliance. And again, I echo what Ms. Jeremiah said about the consideration and the reason behind our request.
Thank you. Honorable
Mr.
members of
Chair.
RDC. Yes, Luis.
I'm sorry, this is Superintendent Sosi, if I may provide another comment.
Okay,
in
Mr.
response.
Sosi, go ahead.
I do appreciate the representatives providing more clarification on the concern that I was raising earlier. However, I would say that in the reference that was being made that because of the pandemic, there had to be storage and hence we weren't able to provide the product to the market. That's certainly an operational situation, an operational contingency that has to be made as part of business. In terms of regulations and approval of any application, you request for the why, the purpose, which is for if it's a different product, then the proper compensation is made based on when the product would be moving using that conduit. So that doesn't necessarily depend on a pandemic situation per se. So I would just provide that feedback, Mr. Chair, and hope that from the nomination side, maybe the mineral may want to reassess it and then provide more clarity from their side in terms of compensation. Certainly, we can go offline if need be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sosi. Ms. Jeremiah, what is your recommendation for this concern that we have as far as having a reassessment for compensation from the Navajo Nation?
I support the reassessment, Chairman Nez, because we are no longer in the pandemic. The situation has changed since when we had started this right-of-way amendment.
Ms. Jeremiah, so this legislation needs to pretty much be tabled so you guys could have more time to do the assessments to this legislation and the amendment requested?
I support that, sir.
Okay. Nandano Senegi, honorable members of RDC and the sponsor here, due to the pandemic and the concerns that was raised here, that there needs to be an assessment and a reassessment for compensation on the part of the Navajo Nation, which Minerals Department does and Ms. Jeremiah's office. So therefore, the recommendation is to table this until after the reassessment is done for the compensation on the part of the Navajo Nation. And
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Without my brother, without Delegate Stewart, without thank you for bringing this legislation before RDC today. Without I don't know how there needs to be some assessment that needs to be made. So until all the assessments are made, and after that we can bring it back before RDC. That will be my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. There's a motion on the floor to table this legislation here that is before us, 0207-21, so there can be a reassessment done for compensation on the part of the Navajo Nation. Table motion by Honorable Daniels. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second, Chair. Kale.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Begay. Honorable, back to you, Honorable Stewart. You have 3 minutes to do your closing statement before we vote.
Shana Chair, Vice Chair, auto staff members, Tahi, auto and Dakodo, RDC members, Shana Ketan Mlanigi. I would support, and I do support the request to table so that Ms. Chair Meyer's crew can go ahead and go back and do the reassessments since we're a little bit out of the pandemic as stated. And so that's what I would support is to go ahead and table.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Chermaya, how long do you need to conduct your reassessment for the compensation for the Navajo Nation?
I don't need that long, sir.
Okay, 90 days,
could we
okay?
get it done by, let's see, by the end of October?
So is 30 days sufficient?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Honorable Daniels, could you modify your tabling motion for 30 days and it'll come back before RDC once the assessments are completed between the Navajo Nation and Mid-America Pipeline Company?
Mr. Chair, I concur with that. 30 days or whenever the reassessment is done, we can bring it back before RDC. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, 30 days should be done because Ms. Chermaya did say it by the end of October. So, yeah, Honorable Begay, do you concur, sir? Honorable Begay? Honorable Kealan Begay. On twice?
Chair,
Yes.
Chair, this is Rodney. Mr. Begay, Delegate Begay just text message. He said his call dropped and he's okay and he's going to vote green on tabling the motion.
Okay, good. So Honorable Begay concurs to table for 30 days. Thank you. There's no discussion on this. So Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir? Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker? I have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries to table legislation 0207-21. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Moving down to B, legislation 0208-21. I am the sponsor of this legislation, and also Honorable Stewart is the co-sponsor as well. So I could have Honorable Stewart continue to present this legislation. It will go to Budget and Finance Committee and then the Giyatke Committee and the full Navajo Nation Council. So, Honorable Mr. Tahi, could you read this legislation for the record?
Chair members of RDC, you have attached the legislative summary sheet tracking number 0208-21, date October 4th.
Mr. Tahi,
Chair, yes.
Before you go forward, let me ask Honorable Stewart if he's okay with presenting this legislation. Honorable Stewart?
Yes, Chennai, I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Tahi. Read it for the record.
Attached, you have legislative summary sheet tracking number 0208-21, the date October 4th, 2021. The title of the resolution, Proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution and Action Relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and the Navigate Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity of the Navajo Nation to authorize the Navajo Nation to register and sell offset credits for the carbon sequestration under the California Cap and Trade Program administered by the California Air Resource Board, and to provide the courts of the state of California subject matter and equitable jurisdiction over the Navajo Nation for the sole purpose of enforcing the Navajo Nation's obligation with respect to participation in the California Cap and Trade Program, approving the Carbon Development and Marketing Agreement, and authorizing the Navajo Nation President to sign the same. Purpose. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a limited waiver of sovereign immunity of the Navajo Nation to authorize the Navajo Nation to register and sell offset credits for carbon sequestration under the California Cap and Trade Program administered by the California Air Resource Board, and to provide the courts of the state of California subject matter and equitable jurisdiction over the Navajo Nation for the sole purpose of enforcing the Navajo Nation's obligation with respect to its participation in the California Cap and Trade Program, and approving the Carbon Development and Marketing Agreement, and authorizing the Navajo Nation President to sign. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which in entirety will be read into the record at the time. You have on this section 1, which outlines the authority. You have section 2, which outlines the findings with an exhibit 1 attached to this resolution. You have in it also exhibit 2 within the section 2. In section 3, you have the approval of limited waiver of sovereign immunity. Section 4 is authorizing the president and Division of Natural Resources Executive Director to initiate and complete the requirement for the Navajo Nation's participation in the California Cap and Trade Program. Number 5, you have the approving the Carbon Development and the Marketing Agreement, and authorizing the president to sign, which does indicate exhibit 1. Exhibit 1, and the attachment is the Carbon Development Marketing Agreement. Exhibit 2 is a document titled document number 16364 Carbon Development Marketing Agreement, which is the 160 review process that was done. Lastly, you have the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, which was posted on October 5th, 2021 at 4:11 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended October 10th, 2021. You have no comments supporting this resolution. You have no comments opposing this resolution, and you have no comments or recommendation on this resolution. Chair, that is the legislation for number 0208-21 read into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, let's have a motion and a second. Motion.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second. There a second? None. Is there a second?
It'll get Daniel. I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Are there any questions or comments on this legislation goes to Budget and Finance, Navajo, and the full council? No comments or questions? Okay, well,
Chairman Nez, this is Dave Zeller at NAPI. May I ask a question?
no, sir.
Or is that out of order?
This is for the Resources and Development Committee on this legislation 0208-21. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? None. Sheila, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you vote. Honorable Kiel Begay. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay. We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0208-21. Thank you. Next legislation 0212-21. Honorable Charlene. Okay, thank you very much. Before we go to the next legislation, Honorable Kiel Begay votes green. The vote is now 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, Honorable Begay. We're down to C on the legislation 0212-21. Honorable Charlene So, are you on the call with us this morning? This afternoon?
Yes. Good afternoon, Shriaj.
Priscilla Samayas, thank you for that. Honorable Mr. Tahi, could you please read this legislation in for the record?
Chair members of RDC, you have legislative summary sheet tracking number. Make sure I'm sorry, I grabbed the correct one. Tracking number 0212. Dated October 8th, 2021, a title of the legislation, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, Development and Budget and Finance Committee, accepting their special review of Red Mesa chapter from the Office of Auditor General, approving the proposed correction action plan of Red Mesa chapter. The purpose of this legislation is to accept the Auditor General's audit report of Red Mesa chapter and to accept the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation. The sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Charlene So. In it, you have Section 1, which is the authority. Section 2 outlines the finding, which includes an Exhibit A, an Exhibit B, an Exhibit C, an Exhibit D. Section 3 is the proving of the auditor report and the corrective action plan of Red Mesa chapter, which also includes an Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Section 4 is the directives. Section 5 is the effective date, and Section 6 is the savings clause. Attached is Exhibit A, which is the Office of the General Special Review of Red Mesa chapter. Exhibit B is a memorandum dated September 27th, 2019 to Helen Brown from Minnie John Community Service of Red Mesa chapter regarding the chapter's response to the audit. Exhibit C is the Red Mesa Corrective Action Plan, the audit report number 1934. Exhibit D is the Red Mesa Chapter Resolution number RMC-01-03-1521. And last, you have the first legislative branch Internet Public Review Summary, which was posted on October 8th, 2021 at 4:30 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended October 13th, 2021. You have no comments supporting this resolution. You have no comments opposing this resolution, and you have no comments or recommendations as well. Chair, that is legislation number 0212-21 read into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay, thank you. Second.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Charlene So, could you identify your agents?
Yes, Chair. I have two that will be on the call. The Auditor General, Ms. Karen Briscoe, and as well as Ms. Kimberly Jake. I do also have some Red Mesa chapter officials who are listening on the call.
Okay, thank you. I have to go to the Auditor General first, Ms. So, and then you can do your presentation. Auditor General.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. This is Kimberly Jake.
Could you repeat your last name, please?
Jake, J-A-K-E.
Kimberly Jake. Thank you very much, Ms. Jake. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and committee members. My name is Kimberly Jake, Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General. Our office completed a special review of the Red Mesa chapter. We looked at a period of 12 months ending in June 2019, and there were 5 findings. Please refer to page 1 of the report under the review results. Finding 1, travel expenses lack proper approval and supporting documentation. The chapter administration did not comply with the travel policies. Chapter travel expenditures totaled $21,972 for the audit period. 32 travel authorizations totaling $12,782 were examined. Supporting documents for 15 of the 32 travel authorizations totaling $6,673 were not found on file. The remaining 17 travel authorizations had the following exceptions. 5 of the 17 travel requests were not authorized prior to travelers going on travel. 11 of the 17 travel expense reports were incomplete. 13 of the 17 travel reimbursement documents were incomplete and unapproved. Refer to page 2 for finding 2. Chapter property is not routinely inventoried and lack identification tags. The chapter administration does not perform annual physical count and inspections to update its property inventory. The practice is to only add new purchases to the existing inventory. Since there is no physical verification of the property, pertinent information such as property numbers, acquisition costs and dates, and condition about existing property is not updated. A sample of 9 property items was physically inspected and all did not have property identification tags. The Community Services Coordinator acknowledged that the property items have not been tagged with identification numbers. Refer to page 3 for finding 3. 390,000 of fixed assets reported in the balance sheet cannot be supported with documentation. The chapter does not have records to support the $390,000 of fixed assets reported in the balance sheet as of August 2019. This amount was reported by the former accounts maintenance specialist. Refer to page 4 for finding 4. The chapter did not properly verify eligibility of housing assistance recipient. The chapter awarded one housing recipient in the amount of $1,619. The housing recipient did not have sufficient proof of documentation to support eligibility. Required documents such as certificate of Indian blood and social security cards for household income verification, pictures, material lists, and ranking sheets were missing and could not be provided for review. Refer to page 5 for finding 5. The chapter cannot fully account for building materials awarded to a housing recipient. The one housing assistant recipient for the audit period was assisted with building materials totaling $1,619. The chapter temporary employees delivered the building materials directly to the homeowner on July 8, 2019. According to the Community Services Coordinator, the project stopped when the chapter exhausted its labor force budget. On August 22, 2019, a site visit by the auditors confirmed an incomplete project with various materials left unsecured at the residence. A physical count revealed 37 cement bags, 1 mesh roll, and 2 2x16 boards still on site. The materials were left uncovered and exposed to the weather. Despite the requirement for inspections during various project phases, no inspection reports were provided for this project by the chapter staff. Therefore, the project continued without assurance proper work was performed and materials were used as intended. The current project status is unknown. It is unclear whether the remaining materials are sufficient to complete the project. The chapter developed a corrective action plan addressing the findings. Our office accepted the corrective action plan, and the community approved the corrective action plan in March 2021. Our office is requesting the committee to approve the audit report and corrective action plan for the Red Mesa chapter. This ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jake. Honorable Charlene Shaw, you have 20 minutes. Press star 6
Yes,
on
good
your-
afternoon. Good afternoon, Shanant. Thank you for allowing us to put this legislation before you. I know that with some time as we were waiting for the audit process to be completed, my chapter officials at Red Mesa worked with the Auditor General and getting some of these remediated, and before you is the corrective action plan. I do want to state that for the record with our community service coordinator just retired in September, at the end of September of this year. So a lot of this, we do have a lot of accountabilities that we try to push upon our chapters, and a lot of our chapters do fall behind when there is a transition in administration, as well as with chapter administrators. And, I cannot fully account for some of these actions, but I know that my chapter officials are able to clarify some and also speak on this if you will allow it to Shiaj. I do have Herman Farley, who is our Red Mesa chapter president, and I do have Marilyn Hawley on the call as well. If you can allow them some time, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable So. We will provide time to Chapter President, Mr. Farley, and also Ms. Hawley. Mr. Farley?
Oh, yeah. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Delegate. So, thank you, Department of Audit staff, Kimberly. Honorable members of the Navajo Nation Resource Development Committee. We wholeheartedly appreciate the audit that has taken place a couple of years back, and although the deficiencies that are being noted, being highlighted, are the discrepancy that the corrective action plan has been to be implemented. We as chapter official, and then also that our administrative staff are wholeheartedly has the duty and responsibility to keep everything all updated in a way as such in accordance to the fire management system, what it calls for in its protocol. So that cannot be overlooked or be neglected or ignored, and it has to be in compliance. Really, it has to be in compliance for better accountability, transparency, as always stated. So, we are chapter official, and I'm sure our honorable delegate feel the same way as you all. The corrective action plan that is being initiated. We have initiated this process in working closely with Elizabeth Washburn with the Northern Agency ASC office. We are in the process with that. Developing the proper forms. Been working on these efficiency items that are being noted. But along the way, that's just being mentioned here by our delegate. So our CSC, Minnie John, she retired with her job at September 30th now this year. So they kind of leave us in the gap, but anyhow, we nonetheless we'll continue to work with our ASC, working on this initiative of corrective action plan, in striving towards to becoming the LGA certified chapter. That's our goal, and that's non-exactly that how we can get to render that is really that. We're pretty much excited, and we're really eager to get this corrective action plan done. The sooner the better, as to be scheduled. I know it's scheduled for next year, 2022, by June 2022 to get it done. And excuse me. In our high hopes that we could have it taken care of before that time. And so, this is and just want to thank you all, to our honorable delegate, to give us that support and approval of this process, corrective action plan, and on to our budget and finance, and to have this implementation be effectively administered. So, thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Resource Committee members for giving me this time to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. Ms. Hawley?
Yeah, I hope you can all hear me. I introduce myself as Marilyn Hawley, and I'm also the chapter vice president here at Red Mesa chapter. I know that we did have our the audits come out and do audit at our chapter, and from the get-go, we kind of knew, I thought from the get-go, we knew there was gonna be some discrepancies in our, our office goings on, everything from clients coming in for assistance and stuff like that, so but still we wanted to get it done to see if where things were not being done. So I'm glad we like I'm glad it was done. It was done to at least let us know as officials where things were not being done correctly. Cool. We're gonna work on it. That's what we all plan to do, along with our secretary Marlene D. Ben. So and then we're just left alone to do it. We don't have a CSC now. We don't have an AMS. We just have some temporary workers in the office. So, but we still can do it. I know we can do it, and that's what we all said. So along with agency office. So I just want to thank you. Just case members of Senegi with the RDC. Charlene thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. Back to
Chair.
the sponsor, Honorable Charlene So. You still have time if you would like to say something. You have approximately 11 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Shiyajna, RDC members. My chapter is currently searching for a CSC, and we have been going some time now. I know that the position has been pending, and we've been trying to find qualified candidates. And along with other chapters, and my chapters know that I support them. And I can tell you for one that my chapter officials are very diligent and very persistent in getting the work done. So I know that some of them were meeting a crunch, a time deadline, and we try to move these projects along. Some of these projects are match funding, and sometimes it's not by their deadline. So and moving forward, you guys, RDC are the oversight of the chapters. Of course, we'll provide updates as often as we possibly can. Though I'm glad this audit has happened. It does provide that transparency to our constituents. Agreements, considerations about energy. We will take that today, and we will go ahead and move forward. Of course, all that we are doing is to hopefully provide the best that we can for our constituents. Honorable Chair Nez.
Thank you, Honorable So. Honorable members of RDC, we have on the agenda DCD leadership meeting to provide an update on the plan of operation. During that time, we should also have an update on all sanctioned chapters on the Navajo Nation and the corrective action plans that they're being assisted with to get out of sanctions. So we would like to just make that recommendation at that time. Also, Mr. Tahi, Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions on this legislation, the corrective action plan for Red Mesa chapter?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman. Otto, Deja, Honorable, so good morning or good afternoon, yeah. Otto, chapter officials, Red Mesa, Delegate Freeland, I have 8 chapters out in Eastern, and I just can comprehend exactly what you went through, and I kind of went through the same scenario myself at several of my chapters, but we were fortunate enough that things worked out for us. And I had one of my chapter presidents even answering the telephone call, going to the chapter and answering the phone. CSC do AMS yeah. We didn't have any administrative staff. And that's how far our chapter officials, my chapter officials, were going. And it's always one of these situations that happens that whose responsibility or who's the responsible persons of this, yeah. And we always think about this. And we find ourselves in these situations, Karigiya. I want to encourage the chapter first and foremost, officials on Senigi. Officials maybe to come up with a plan and start working with this corrective action plan on addressing the findings. I want to encourage you, and I know you can do it. I know you can work together cohesively, even though if you don't have a administrative staff, you can come together as 3, and maybe include your grazing official as well. But it can be done. I'm working with the guidance of ASC. We're fortunate we have a good ASC in Crown Point, and his name is Murtis. He's been real helpful to our chapters out there, and I still have a couple of chapters don't have a CSC, and he comes around and he works the finances for the chapters. The officials they don't bother that, yeah, but he works with the officials on that. And it's really a good thing. I believe Ms. Washburn can really help you out as well up at ASC and Shiprock. But I'm glad it's only a corrective action plan. It's not a legislation to sanction Red Mesa chapter. That's one thing I know as a RDC, we're really trying to I don't want to say not do, but we don't want to find chapters and sanction, and that's not a good thing when it gets to that point. And we've had many of these discussions, and we've had many of these types of legislation, especially when it deals with sanction. I know RDC, we're trying to get chapters out of sanction, and it's always about previous officials or previous administrators or previous term, and sometimes the officials or the chapters inherit these findings. So at some point, and I think I've mentioned this before, Chairman and colleagues on Senegi RDC, how can we find a way to hold previous officials or previous administrative staff responsible? Because a lot of times our chapters are inheriting a lot of this, and they're having to clean it up. And it's unfortunate, but with proper guidance and proper direction, I know Red Mesa can do it, and I want to encourage you, and I know if other chapters can do it, you can do it, and there's nothing wrong with asking for help too. I always implore that to my chapters. If you find yourself at a situation that's difficult or a crossroads, ask for help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. So, I just wanted to mention that, and I'll support the legislation if it's only a corrective action plan. If it was a sanction, it would have been something completely different. But I just want to thank Deja, Honorable So, for sponsoring this legislation and move forward. And I want to wish the chapter officials, potential staff, and all the people of Red Mesa community all the best. Yeah. Diego and Tishnata, wish you well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Daniels. Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Daniels.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't know, honorable members of RDC, I don't get staff, legislation so today. I don't know the Queen issue. Here, aware that the need but I need Lenny, who was son, thought so need Lenny. Here, aware is aware the need that delegates are linked to additional. Here, legislation hit that name. I don't the snail in the radar. I see I should know that I shouldn't have law. I see that. Nej, det låter snarare bara han skulle bara ett lot det shit är det. Och då när det är legislation heter det så vi här då. I don't know I know we had similar legislation that came before RDC one question is to maybe Office of a Legislative Counsel or Auditor General. I know a month or two ago, I brought a legislation before RDC for sanction on one of my chapters. That chapter had like 3 findings, right? Sanctioned on Bakat on there, but this one again, cat there. So, what is the difference? The findings start the way with the chapters essay again they weren't tagged. I don't know the way travel there was supporting documents. Some of them were missing just the two day but Khalid had the legislation. Is it according to the findings? Alita had the Elan Soya, Kododam. The Elabes Adat, Elan Soya. What the jars all year Hanal such sanction, either die cap card Hanal for Lady she had the proper editor of a cow. I know we're going through some difficult times for over a year now. I see just in a month and within Ojeto we lost several community members. So at the chapters, at the chapter level, I see chapter staff. I see Asagi that I don't know a chapter official though. I do Asagi that so it seems that needs ego shiva. But on that I don't know Kodona grade we're gonna be having a meeting Kodona grade on the chapters and also sanction chapters sanction the Daliagi it's sanction the Kodota but can about the Hagi it's a meeting that eat clinical so maybe at that time I'll have that question raised again at that particular meeting. Mr. Chair, with the chapter, I know that the officials there and also the staff retiree lodge and Ms. John. So I see that I see the with the youth chapters the way they perform at the local level at their administration also the way that when we have our meetings so iri I see kodo o she have the need to let kodo so ben that is mission kodo chapter president are the kodo smarto hard the kodo Holly so kodo AI kodo ya hard the that's what I like to hear kodo ben that is so what I that's a good way of putting things could on a great any other pencil so they is at a GC. I caught all the date either or get a great or yes one of the who has said that these meeting what I do with Benita or the AIC by hands and could Mr. Chair could so it is about Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Red Mesa chapter, 12-month period, they had a special review by the Auditor General, and it ended June 30th. So that means it was a year before we took office, June 30th, 2018, 12 months, Jason. And your question in reference to sanctions, though, corrective action plan, let me go back to Ms. Kimberly Jake so she could expound on that. Ms. Jake? Ms. Jake?
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Chair.
Okay, could you respond to the question raised by Honorable Herman Daniels?
Okay, just to clarify, he's wanting to know the difference between a CAP follow-up and a new audit?
Ms. Jake, perhaps you could expound on how chapters get sanctioned and then how the Auditor General steps in and also provides these recommendations for a corrective action plan process.
Our audit process, okay, we're here for Red Mesa right now. We completed a review, and when we complete, this is like their first audit. So when we complete the audit, we ask them to develop a corrective action plan to address how they're going to resolve all of the findings, which is what they did. And once it's approved by Budget and Finance, they'll get 12 months to address all of the audit findings. After which point, we come back in after the 12 months, we come back in and we will do a follow-up review. We pick a new period. It's not the same period. We look at a more recent period, and we complete a review to determine if they implemented their corrective action plan to resolve all of the audit findings. If it turns out they did not address all of the audit findings, then, you know, that's where we'll likely recommend sanctions. So that happens in a follow-up review. Whereas this is not a follow-up review, this was a special review of the chapter. So this is kind of just the beginning part of the audit process. So it'll continue, and we still have to go through getting approval from Budget and Finance. Then the chapter will get their 12 months to address the findings before we even come to a follow-up review. Sanctions does not come in to the picture until a follow-up review. That's only if they did not implement their corrective action plan to resolve all of the audit findings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jake. Chapters audit special review Aro ebikede late aushin base or chudas in given nature. Ya corrected show it a chose in Gogota and how to lay her red flag within. Ya corrective action plan. Aquaya for all recommend is in hashtag needs to base of on Chigido Chon Enigino. Yeah, just like Asian get data for the corrosion out of the kitchen. A coalition special review the Canada host and not Neko coalition that the auto chapter is sanctioned just sanction in the Canada non corrective action plan non all that chapters in his data on the head of I don't that the now or ASC office there the DDGI Northern Door, Miss Washburn, he called me which on the chapter president. Asian been much a product sanctioned or Nita Abish a Lagoshin, yet Nasco on Nati Koroya and his national. So at this time, I'll go to Honorable Keon Begay, who's in the queue.
Chairman, yat ihnana. Ado kudo shumayaji kudo na sosin soziki. Kwage siche lahatzi Herman Daniels. Ashikit after siche about so let issue the donation so kudo Jason song. But yeah, that gonna be cheap to but he quajer the chapter has ango. We're trying our best to streamline the process. I think that maybe the ASC, although the Auditor General at the meeting that we're proposing, that how do we, I guess, make correction based on all these findings, which are major, IC large. It's very hard for me to sanction a chapter because we're really closing door on the community. Because of our, I guess, inaction at the Windrush level, at the agency level, and even at the chapter level. Because without the community, in this the neto, A to A, you see, bunny, nish, what if you could base on that deed, top has on the eel, Ado A, has on the geek up at the initial base of that haki whole. A cocoa tea hot a cocoa trade art ended up in that. Certain chapters are doing their best, but it's just they're being labeled as another chapter had done certain things. A cop and not go halate ticket or not so needs or because it's hard for me to do Yego. I took just I mean, I'm sure she knows more of. Obviously, she knows more of the chapter situation, the community. For me to say yes or no on certain things, but this is what the policy says as an oversight committee. But with the input and recommendation by the local chapter and the representative delegate, a lot of these are administrative, I guess, being overlooked, or sometimes it may be intentional that these happen. I mean, I think there needs to be some type of sanction action, not to where we're closing the chapter or something of that nature. Like for example, in Hindi, at the end of each term, we have to assign out on different areas. When retirement comes in, or resignation, or anything of that nature. I mean, well, it's going to be out of my hand, and it's and then even that's where I would think that the ASC would come in to say that I'm sure when there's a retirement or a person that's transferring or a person that's going to be resigning, I mean, I think there's got to be some type of a string attached to say that, okay, we got to resolve this before we actually officially release you or something of that nature. Koko that haki that and a codec at all nit or nadati kato other codate or non spell the whole lot of adi hot other needs the hatcho need a coco when go on ship hot on me the job has on the keys job to be had that echo ben nashit on me or the haneto or abel the whole jish other coden he kitten nada the hatlo yana ka the hot out or the better husband than the halle a coco ben go tik at the shinit chairman dik at ASC across the board that of all these findings that we've been looking to dik at the FMS system that the other dik at minor like tagging of the facility. I mean, when how has the ASC have been, I guess, informing the chapter, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, or somewhere in the computer, I mean, the FMN system, the question meet, so again, every year. I mean, how could that be an alert to take a text and say, hey, your 5 days or your payment is coming up, no, the text, so that hey, a reminder, set up that that she that we got a response from Kudosh another James Kudo United the process of hiring in the if there's no CSC or an AMS, I mean ask or Kudo a temporary keep the agent. Daily niche go illustrate up has other gins or than case because or that or even people they know that it's always lunchtime between 9 and 12 and 1. People tends to go over there or wants to go over there to get something, but yet it's closed. So for that, how do we improve the service that needs to be provided to the community? So all in all, be hajo analia go hajo dik at other sanction nenela jondo le chensen akoko what ele to inan shidat edo auto each a lot of times these auditor general no mean to downgrade or talk negatively, but a lot of time there's different auditors are making assessment need. One auditor may be interpreting the policy differently, and then you got another auditor maybe picks it up and then they reverse a lot of these things in a different fashion again. So what that ego the dashin that out that on his chapter in Liniki with minimal sanction but more of correction of how we all help. Kudo akati jato beka na aja. Akoko kudo hit all the AD katana little other AMS.CSC. Did all kudo to jo nido yego panaham lagu kwaki na sos linki to other kwaki the requirements ki jo kwaki to review the atal ni to atal na apan da desle. Ako juta inisha da ni dasle. I would think that's the focus whenever there's a AMS is working with the each of the chapters, and I would assume that like for example, 40 Fines has 32 plus chapters, while Northern and Central we all have less than 18. Or here for sure, Chinle has only 16. So I would think that 40 Fines AMS, ASC would say that I have a lot of work covering a lot of chapters. Need on this. I don't think we have less chapter of as agency level. So did that haki seen that to a koto di katini budget be landa is lean. If you look at their goal, So just ego budget we get seat and nature chapters cut each and this is how much that we can help chapters to get them out of sanction. The cut so a call 8 baby not koto budget baby can not the that other budget well budget baby lana slink a day at a hard to see national either budget and non just I see at the windward level on koche upper funding do upper progress ki aj ko da yego here central staff aj ko the on ko sometimes ko the locally chapter level the other and hot yego and hot what has and the team to do the got other places to that to je ko ko aki papa shin the got just Red Mesa, if they don't have a CSC or AMS, how are they continuing to submit all these documents that's necessary for these upper funding should be realized. Electricity don't hang on a daily basis. This is another person that needs bathroom addition. This is another person that needs a clearance for the for home site lease. That this one needs a right of way. You're working with all these key staff at the central level, into AOH, so on. So quite la ego na hadet has answer ban such case call halet ale kodo AMS and Linigit at Kilsako quite staff is higher earlier, not net zado the coche on average about 2 months done that is on the kodo and you not that 90 days on probation that no that kodo by yata so Asian quacky kodo hit ale quack Shamayajan Linigito at the kodo but Nayat Hadaga Hakila hit out at Skilako the Babakai job or net zado listen song additionally a lot of these things is just a hamper and there's just a red tape and me with the kodo the nen lindigi the shin like the shin shima Shmayajan lindigi sadi nana ta di kwage chapter do kwage dit out ni yada kwage dit so in din aj be the case in the go that del call that what the dot needs so every day pick up the nen lindi the cut out the or either but did ishin ya up in the whole long quite a chapter has answer called that el color yego but he not so it quite chairman committee members need clinicy others just staff in clinicy to it other ni kitchen yes to it other na haslo this need and the highlight art skills go the need to then your recommendation quite did corrective action get open in now hot so I feel like quite did because on his road and not like go a baby not it not the hit out of either the bottom out the image to le so the is to has on go the adult leki kilo on hin law il na to le ko ko at opa na yo le to at she on na hol jit at nen dikat at be it needs to be it's large other cut no what adult Satan not be the quite show cut it all been hala snake did Jordan and Linigi but that's not a finish to have to mistake at or she is to be love it little other Ilana or net and it had or net and not cutter so what and now what need to say or what in the so what a chairman Kodo, as I said, took up too much time of talking, but nonetheless, Kodo, the Nandiniki, Toshinda is so up Baba Yay, Kito, Nabiki, quite the Nandiniki, called Aquat Equagi, it she that the Dunlast, no, that there's in the Sako, Quagi, or Yashon, the Kobat at these Niso, Jo, those Lissiki, Shindi, Kodon, his Chinat under this Hana, Shiba, Samati, and so what I have said to the chairman here.
Thank you for your concern, Honorable Begay. I believe Red Mesa hasn't gotten to a sanctioned status yet, but they just had a special audit review that calls for a corrective action plan. Fortunately, they have this opportunity right now to make those corrections. So they still have that opportunity. Let me go back to the sponsor, Kuro, from Malaysia, Honorable Charlene So, and your agents.
RDC members, thank you for your comments and concerns. Honorable Begay, and it seems like we try to move the nation forward. That's happening now. We can't get the nation thriving on its own. We're correcting it today. To some degree, we did inherit that problem. That's true too. But Nasan Indigent, my chapter officials there at Red Mesa, I really like their positive attitude, and I know that they take a lot of pride in their work. And community needs, they have the community come together either by phone, and we try to meet CDC standards. But you could hear in the meeting and discussions that each one of these officials are doing their best to support every constituent. And with the discrepancies that were listed, some were for housing needs. I know that some record keeping was a challenge as well. There was a lot of things that happened during the pandemic. Bills were unpaid for, and the whole internet were down. So some of these record inputting, it was lagging because of those. And moving forward, my chapter officials and we at Red Mesa had 12 months to fix this. Of course, we'll get this done, and hopefully the goal is to get it done before 12 months. And I just want to give the opportunity to my chapter official, chapter president, if he wants to respond. Sir?
Thank you, Honorable So. Mr. President Farley?
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable So, for sponsoring the legislation in our behalf. That Honorable Delegate Daniels, just want to share an information that we have already initiated the corrective action plan, the implementation process that could be in the taking corrective action on this deficiencies. Even without the absence of our CSC, nonetheless, that doesn't stop our work. That we continue to objectively try to meet the goal of try to get this one, get it done within the 6-month time out of the 1 year. I see this as a minor deficiency. Just some of the what Honorable Delegate So mentioned, the records keeping administratively. As a minor deficiency that were been noted, but that could be done within a few months time. The session with our CSC SPPS Elizabeth Washburn. Honorable Delegate RDC members. Although the national my delegate or our vice president Marilyn Hawley, Southern lineage, and then as a teamwork that we're gonna continue to work together like that, along with keeping our honorable delegate updated in this process. We work with the Navajo Nation. We work with the state of Utah through a couple of trust funds. In the meantime, we don't have in the possession of our computer and the of our accounting. Our respective agency offices temporarily in their possession for now. So based on that, so administrative work, paperwork. I as a chapter president, and then also at times my vice president Holly. Proposal writing that even though it's highly stressed that we at chapter official are not supposed to be dealing with any type of administrative paperwork now it has unforeseen circumstances, and we don't have the 2 permanent staff members. In your future plans, or perhaps on the plan operation of this ASC, we chapter official we can provide technical assistance in the paperwork or proposal writing. So but it's limited my ability being a chapter official at all along the line of the administrative work paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. Honorable members of RDC, are you ready to vote? Any comments, questions? None? I will put it to a vote here. They're really working hard to correct it, so that's good. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote
Begay. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We did say we will have a work session at a follow-up meeting with DCD on the plan of operations, as well as sanctioned chapters and corrective action plans, as well as with the Auditor General to invite those. So thank you for that. Next legislation, 0216-21.
Chair.
Honorable. Who's this? Mr. Tai, could you read this into the record, please?
Chair members of RDC, you have attached legislative summary sheet tracking number 0216-21, date October 18th, 2021. Title of the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to Resource and Development Committee and the Navigate Committee, supporting congressional bills S 2798 and HR 5338 The Radiation Exposure Compensation Act Amendments of 2021. Purpose. The purpose of this legislation is to support congressional bills S 2798, HR 5338, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act of 2021. NAMIC has final authority over this legislation, which in entirety will be read into the record then. The sponsor for this legislation is Key Allen Begay Jr. Section 1 outlines the authorities. Section 2 indicates its findings, which includes a couple of citations from EPA. In addition, it has Exhibit A and Exhibit B, which is the Senate Bill number 2798 and House of Representative Bill 5338. In Section 3, it's a supporting the Radiation Exposure and Compensation Act of 2021. It attaches Exhibit A, the 17th Congress First Session, Senate Bill 2798. Next is Exhibit B, the 117th Congress First Session. You have the House of Representative Bill HR 5338. Lastly, the first report, the Navajo Nation's Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, which was posted on October 19th, 2021 at 4:40 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended October 24th, 2021. There was no comments supporting this legislation, and there was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair, that is legislation for tracking number 0216-21 read into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahe. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Chair, I motion.
Motion,
Thank you,
Stewart.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Stewart, seconds. So, any comments or questions on this legislation before us? It goes to Navajo Committee as well. No comments or questions. Hakoshila, we'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I will green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kayla votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, I vote green, but I had a comment, but it's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Okay. Honorable Begay for your legislation. Shananta, we do have Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio on call with us. So, Chairman Henio, would you introduce yourself, sir? Chairman Henio, press *6. And he must have hung up. Nanta, we're down to F on the agenda. Approving a leadership meeting and executive session with the Office of the President, Vice President, Office of the Speaker, Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, Navajo Nation Attorney General, and Navajo Department of Justice Water Rights Unit on the Arizona Water Rights Settlement Negotiation update for the recommended date of Monday, November 8th. November 8th is on a Monday, 2 Mondays. Motion?
Freeland.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland. Second. There a second?
Allen.
Honorable Begay, thank you very much. Any comments, question? The dates are already set. None. We'll put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay.
Yeah, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
You have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. G, approving a leadership meeting with Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, Navajo Department of Justice Water Rights Unit, Navajo Department of Water Resources, and Bureau of Reclamation to conduct a Navajo Gal Water Project construction tour on the San Juan Lateral along Highway 491 along Route 9. The recommended dates is November 9th, which is on the Tuesday, the day after the other meeting. So let's have a motion and a second, Samantha.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Thank you. Second by? There a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Any comments, questions? Honorable colleagues, I know the first 2 weeks of the month we're always busy, but we'll make every effort to be there and attend this tour and other meetings. Any comments, questions? None? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kelly votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels? Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Daniels? We have a vote of 4 in favor. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. H, approving a leadership meeting with DJR Energy and hydraulic fracking and tour a drilling rig for educational purpose. Mr. Tahi, do you have any dates open for us in November?
Chair, members of RDC, DJR Energy did respond back. They did recommend that Thursday, November 18th be the date, so that way they don't move the drilling rig in order to do the educational tour of this. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, 9 o'clock should be fine. And motion?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second by?
Stewart.
Honorable Begay, thank you. It'll be November 18 at 9 o'clock at Flora Vista, San Juan County, New Mexico. Any comments, questions? Flora Vista is between Farmington and Aztec. And Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chair, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kelly votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Yeah. I, approving a leadership meeting with DNR, DCD, DED, DOT, and EPA on the RDC directive to provide a plan for office spaces in all 5 agencies for the recommended date of Mr. Tahi. What date?
Chair, members of RDC, you have the recommended date of Friday, November 12th at 9 a.m. You also have a Friday, November 19th at 9 a.m. You also have the November 15th and 16th, and November 22nd and the 23rd.
I would recommend the earlier the better, November 12 at 9 a.m. Motion? Freeland? Thank you. Second?
Allen.
Honorable Begay? Thank you. Nanta? Mr. Hishak, or is this date okay? On the 12th, which is on a Friday. Not, we can find another date.
Chairman Allen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Perfectly, maybe the following week, mentioned Eliaki. If you've seen an email, I'm sure there'll be other meetings that could be scheduled of the senator making a visit to the Navajo Nation, because I'm making plans to pitch for a visit to in my area. So either it's going to be before or after that. So the don't need to geeky. But if it's okay by the committee, then we'll stay with the 12th. Because the 11th is Veterans Day. Actually, they're having some chapters are having certain type of activity. Yeah, and that the and then I always say that not only the wind level staff to be part of these meetings. I always say that we got to hear directly from the agency level staff and Liniki, so those would be more appropriate to hear from them on these areas, especially when asking for office space at Liniki. The recommendation that these and so that would be my request during this meeting, Chairman. I could but I request Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Tahi, did you get that?
Chair, members of RDC, yes, I did.
Okay, what is the following date, the 19th?
The 19th.
Following week?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, members of the committee, just keep this one in mind. The next one you guys are going to be approving is the 2-day work session regarding the church site lease regulation. So 2 days that are together would be the 15th and the 16th, the 22nd and the 23rd. So just keep that one in mind.
Okay, the week of the Thanksgiving, a lot of the students come back to see and spend time with their families and parents. So that would probably be out of the question for the 22nd and 23rd. So I would recommend the 15th and 16th for that date. So we'll go ahead and have this meeting that we just made a motion for on the 19th. Honorable Begay, are you okay with the 19th on a Friday?
Chairman, I'm okay with the support by the committee members. Chairman.
Are there any objections? Honorable members of RDC, November 19th at 9 a.m. Friday. I hear none, so the 19th it is at 9 a.m. There's a motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Begay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green.
Thank you.
Mr.
Honorable
Chair?
Begay.
Mr. Chair, this is
Uh,
Mariana Khan.
Ms. Khan, you may speak.
I'm sorry to interrupt. However, I was wanting clarity on the motion and the second. I thought that there was a motion and a second for November 12th. I didn't know if the delegates, Freeland and Mr. Begay, had withdrawn their motions for that particular time. If I have not heard that, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to make sure we were clear for the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Khan, thank you for that. Honorable Freeland, I had recommended the 12th, and at that time, the motion that you made, we would like to just have you concur to the modification of November 19th, Honorable Freeland.
I concur, Chairman Nez and colleagues. Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Khan.
Thank you. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kalen concurs.
Okay, we'll go back and re-vote on this modification. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. That was my mistake there. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kalen votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. J, approving a work session with DED, RBDO, NNLD, GLDD, XPD, EFW, and EPA, and DOA on proposed amendments for the Navajo Nation business site lease. Recommended dates. Mr. Tai, what days do we have open from the 15th through the 19th?
Chairman of RDC, right now you have none. You've designated the 15th and the 16th for the 2-day work session on the church site lease regulation and the waiver of the water pipelines to use ARPA funds. The 17th, you have your regular RDC meeting. The 18th, you have the DJ Energy leadership meeting. Then on the 19th, you now have the meeting that you just approved regarding the leadership meeting with DNRC, DCD, DED, DOT, and EPA on the RDC directive to provide a plan for the office space. The dates that are left, okay. Chair members of RDC, is Friday, November 12th. And of course, you Monday, November 22nd, Tuesday, November 23rd. After this, Chair, members of RDC, we will be looking at Thursday, December 2nd as the first date to start scheduling these meetings out. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, would like to establish a motion and a second, and then we'll decide on a date in our discussion. Motion?
Freeland.
Motion, Stewart.
Honorable Freeland, and then Honorable Stewart seconds. And then Mr. Tahi read the dates to us. What day would you like to have this work session? Would the 12th work? Or the 22nd or the 23rd? I know that's the week of the Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, the 25th. And we're going to run out of dates for our other meetings, including Honorable Freeland's request as well. We're going to have to go into December on those dates, but we can do as soon as we can on the 12th. Are you okay with that, Shananda? November 12th is on a Friday.
Motion.
Yeah. Okay. Any objection to the 12th? None? We'll put it to a vote November 12th at 9:00 a.m. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Okay. Approving to reschedule the work session on the chapter official stipends and shortfall from Thursday, October 14 at 9 a.m. for the recommended date of November 29, which is on a Monday. I'd like to have a motion.
Keller.
Honorable Begay, thank you. Second. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. The date is for November 29, which is on a Monday at Twin Arrows, so we're going to have to make arrangements for that right after Thanksgiving. Any comments, questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. L, approving the work session on the one-stop shop with Navajo Divisions of Natural Resources, Navajo Environmental Protection Agency, and the Department of Justice. Recommended date December 30th, which is on a Tuesday. So we'll be at Twin Arrows for 2 days, one after the other. So we'll just stay there. Motion?
Motion, Stewart.
Keller.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Second by
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Any comments, questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. And we're down to M, work session. 2-day work session on church site lease. And the other one is church site lease regulations is what it is. And the waivers for our Navajo people to receive water line and power line from the ARPA funds. And I'd like to have a motion and a second, then we'll find a date.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second,
Yeah, I'll second.
Honorable Begay, thank you. Mr. Tahi, what dates do we have?
Chair members of RDC, right now, the 2 dates that are back to back would be the 15th and the 16th, the 22nd and the 23rd, which is the week of Thanksgiving.
Did you say the 15th and 16th?
Yes, I did, Chair.
That would probably work better there. November 15th is on a Monday. And then Tuesday is the 16th. And I believe we said that we will have this at the Land Department's conference room in Window Rock, St. Michael's. Any objection to November 15 and the 16th? Any comments, questions?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Myself, I usually have 3. I call that third Tuesday, my Super Tuesday. I usually have 3 chapter meetings on that Tuesday. So I may not attend that second day. Just a heads up. I do my best to attend. I have 8 chapters, of course, but I do my best to attend all. If I can't make it, I usually call in. But these 3 are always scheduled at the same time on that Tuesday. So it's a little challenging for me to be in 4 different places at once that day. I could probably come in late, but that's just how I try to make my chapter meetings. If I don't make my planning meeting, I make my chapter meetings, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Priscilla. Any other comments or questions on the 15th and 16th? It's on a Monday and Tuesday. Usually work sessions don't require quorum, but if a few of us can be there to receive information, because there's going to have to be a legislation coming forth. I believe it went through the 164 process, and they're waiting for a sponsor on this church site lease regulations, but for the others probably will request a legislation as well. I hear no comments or questions on the 15th and 16th other than Honorable Freeland stated that he has Super Tuesday, 3 chapter meetings on that day. So we can consider him to be excused on that day, and we'll share important information that we will receive from this work session. Any other comments, questions? None? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
I'll get you on the screen.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. In
Mr. Chair, this is
EPA.
Mariana Kahn again.
Ms. Khan, you may speak.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed who was the motioning and who was the seconding party on that particular motion, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry I missed that. If I could get clarity on that, thank you.
Okay, there was a motion made by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. The date has been set for November 15th and 16th at Navajo Land Department Conference Room for the church site lease regulations. On day 1, day 2 will be the waivers for our Navajo people to receive water line and power line from the ARPA funds. Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. In Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency and RDC, as well as the 5 agencies, to have a leadership meeting to discuss illegal dumpings and other concerns on the Navajo Nation, as well as include these perhaps the agency's executive officers to be on the calls. And so let's have a motion and a second, and we'll find a date. Motion.
Daniel.
Stewart
Honorable
second.
Daniels. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Stewart seconds. Mr. Tahi, will we need to go into December for this?
Chair members of RDC, yes, you will need to go into December for this unless you want to schedule it the week of Thanksgiving. If not, then the next earliest date would be on Thursday, December 2nd. The next date would be Friday, December 3rd.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. I believe that families are important, as we all do. And I know that colleagues and staff would like to spend time that week with their families, Thanksgiving week. So I would recommend that we have it on the Thursday, the 2nd. Pero December 2, Ganeshi, Ashin Habiba. Any comments, questions? It'll be at 9 o'clock a.m., which is on a Thursday. And that's not nice. That's good. But then Bashir will go ahead and vote on it for December 2. Motion by Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Stewart. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chair, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Keel, it's green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland. Honorable
Green.
Freeland. Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. One more. And, DCD, follow up on the plan of operation leadership meeting with DCD. Also, sanction chapters and corrective action plans at an audit scene. So we would like to have a motion and a second, and we'll find a date. Motion?
Motion, Stewart.
Thank you,
Kellen,
Honorable
second.
Stewart. Honorable Begay, thank you. I believe Mr. Tahi said Friday the 3rd is open. We could have it that day. We just need a location. And Mr. Tahi, any recommendations
members-
on where we can have this? Go ahead.
The chair members of RDC, I can try to find a location before December 3rd. So that way no decision can be made right now. I'll inform the group at least 2 weeks in advance so that way everyone's well aware of it.
Okay, so the date will be set for December 3, which is on a Friday, starting at 9:00 a.m. There's a motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Sure, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Kale votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland?
Green. Green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. None die. Honorable Freeland, you wanted to address 2 other meetings. You want to put that on next Wednesday's agenda?
Chairman, I wanted to ask if I could suspend the floor rules and add these on to our calendar. Can not I?
For the month of December?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Abiga.
Okay. Kushila, Honorable Freeland, you're welcome to make a motion to suspend the floor rules and amend the agenda.
Chairman, I do make a motion to suspend the floor rules and ask my colleagues for their favorable consideration in adding 2 leadership meetings to our RDC calendar. The first one is to schedule a work session with the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation Department in regards to the Section 106 National Historic Preservation Act, the government-to-government consultation portion of that would be a focus of the discussion with HPD. Now, KD is to schedule another work session with the BIA, Division of Natural Resources, and others related to the proposed RMPA, Resource Management Plan. And that's going to involve oil and gas and the allottees. It'll be primarily with the BIA and DNR on that second one, Chairman. So 2 days.
With DNR? DNR?
Yeah, DNR.
Okay. Kushila, honorable members of RDC, there's a motion on the floor to suspend the floor rules to amend the agenda to add 2 meetings. One would be a work session with Historic Preservation Department. Another one would be a work session with BIA and DNR on the proposed RCA and allottees. There's a motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second?
Second, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Sure, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay? Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels?
Chairman Kale votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland,
Green.
thank you. Honorable Stewart, Honorable Stewart. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We will add these two to our agenda today. Now they will be P and Q. And the first one will be to schedule a work session with Historic Preservation Department and Q will be to schedule a work session with BIA, Division of Natural Resources, on the proposed RCA, including the lotties. So we'll go to the first one, P. And we'd like to have a motion and a second. RMPA, thank you. A work session for expedition and P. We would like to have a date for this, but first let's have a motion and a second, Shananta. Can you hear me, Mr. Tahi?
Chair, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Motion?
Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by? Is there a second? Honorable colleagues?
Second.
Who's this? Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Chair.
Kushila, thank you for that. Mr. Tahi, do you have a date for us?
The earliest next one would be on Monday, December 6th at 9 a.m. Then you would have the 7th and then the 10th. Thereafter that, you have the week of December 13th. Then the week of December 20th is Christmas, and the following week is New Year's. Chair, back to you.
Okay. We'll go with the earliest, which would be December 6th on a Monday. Any objections and any comments, questions?
Chairman,
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
that I just wanted to signify that's Pearl Harbor Day too. Yeah, but thank you.
Pearl Harbor Days on a Monday?
December 6th. Oh,
Okay. But it should be okay.
Oh.
Kushina, any other comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Kale votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Q, work session with BIA as well as the law keys on the RMPA. I'd like to have a motion and a second, and we'll find a date.
Chairman, no motion Freeland.
Thank you. Second by
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. Thank you. None tie. Mr. Tahi did say the 7th is also open, which is the next day on Tuesday. You're okay with that? Any objections? At 9 a.m. I hear none. There's a motion by Honorable Freeland, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Voting green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Caleb with screen.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. I believe we're done. Mr. Tahi, if you would, send us a new calendar for the month of, just send us a calendar for the month of November, and we can do December on another date when we start scheduling the other meetings. But we just need to see what our calendar looks like for November based on what we approved today, Mr. Tahi.
Chair members of RDC, I will have that calendar out to you later today.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, we're on number 8 of the agenda, close of meeting. Any announcements? Then motion to adjourn.
Fair motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Freeland, seconds. Any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Caleb with screen.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green. And can I request a copy of our calendar as of today, Chairman, please? Rodney, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Tahi said that he'll send it out to us this afternoon. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We're officially adjourned at 2:25 p.m. Honorable members of RDC and staff, thank you for your participation, and everybody else that's on the call. You all be safe out there. Take good care of yourself, your families, and may God bless each and every one of you.